Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, thanks.
All right, if I could ask councillors to take their seats, members of the public, Vancouverites to take their seats wherever they're fitting in. Looks like it's a little more comfortable in here tonight than last night. We had a huge crowd. But welcome everyone to City Hall, and thanks for joining us for the reconvened public hearing. February the 28th, we are reconvening specifically on item 6, the rezoning at East Broadway and Kingsway. And I'd just like to welcome you all here and ask the clerk to go ahead with the roll call, please.
Yes, this is a reconvened special council meeting for the purpose of holding a public hearing to consider zoning and sign bylaw amendments for the location at Broadway and Kingsway, with Mayor Robertson in the chair. Councillor Applet, Councillor Ball, Councillor Carr, Councillor Deal, Councillor Jang, Councillor Louis, Councillor Meggs is not in the chamber, Councillor Reimer, Simpson is here, and Councillor Tang. You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we need a motion for Council to go into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Deal, a seconder. Councillor Carr, all those in favour? Any opposed? That carries. And before we begin, picking up again on our item number 6, just a couple of announcements. There's some of you, bear with me, have probably heard this last night, but there may be folks here who did not hear just some clarifications about our public hearing process here. We have at Council tomorrow, we will be considering changes to the procedure bylaw, and that really comes as a result of a lot of feedback, a lot of public requests for more clarity, more predictable timelines with our public hearings. It's a challenge for many to participate in the public hearings, particularly when they're big ones like this, and it's hard to predict when people will be speaking and how long it will go. So the goal with these changes as brought forward by staff are to provide a more transparent and hopefully more predictable public hearing process. If those amendments are enacted by Council before the end of this public hearing, which is certainly a scenario that's possible given we're considering them tomorrow at our committee meeting in the morning, they will apply to this public hearing, and I'll just make sure that all participants in the public hearing who are still waiting to speak are brought up to date on the process changes that result from that bylaw. An example of this that's consistent with our process for recent public hearings and considering these rezonings for large sites to give all participants an opportunity to participate at the public hearing. The new bylaw requires all speakers limit their comments to 5 minutes, and those with more comments can submit them via written comments while the public hearing is in process, and those can be emailed to publichearing@vancouver.ca before the end of the speakers list for that item. So everyone has the opportunity to submit more materials while the public hearing is in process. And at that point, then Council goes into deliberations to make the decision. So I'll just remind you also to keep your comments pertinent to the merits of the application that is being considered by Council. We would like speakers to state whether you are in support or opposed to the application. It's almost everyone's very clear on that, but just want to put that out there as a reminder. And again, written comments can be submitted by emailing publichearing@vancouver.ca while we are working through the speakers list. And if you have an interpreter with you this evening, that we ask that both of you approach the podium and speak together, and that the interpreter do that interpretation every couple of sentences. So tonight we have, last night we managed to hear from the first speaker. We had a set of presentations from city staff and the applicant team and questions that arose from those, and we just started into the speakers list with our first speaker. So I will, I believe staff has a little bit of feedback based on questions that were asked last night, but we will start into item 6 again with Madam Clerk reading the summary of additional correspondence received.
Yes, since the public hearing yesterday, since 5 p.m. February 27th to 4 p.m. today, February 28th, we have received one petition with 47 names, another petition with 635 names, and a third petition with 467 names, all in support of the application. We've also received 6 letters in opposition and 3 letters with other comments. That is the summary of correspondence received.
Okay, thank you for that. And I understand that staff does have a response, report back from questions that Councillor Jang asked about Watson Street. Ms. McNeil, if you want to give us a quick update on that before we go to the speakers list.
The mic on?
Yep.
Okay. I think the question related to what would be the impact for other residents that were... Can't hear you. Is that mic actually on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, the sound system...
Asked me to do something technical in the middle of everything. Wow.
There we
go. Okay. Can everybody hear me now? Yes? Yep. So there is an existing 4-story mixed-use building on Watson Street that's on Main Street and 10th. It's addressed off of Main, and it uses Watson as its lane, basically. In addition to that, there's a 1-story retail commercial restaurant space that's been actually constructed around 1915. The rest of the block on Main is an open parking lot. So for Watson Street, for that section from Broadway to 10th Avenue, it would serve double duty. It would be the lane for the properties that front onto Main Street and the lane for the Rise Alliance sites that front onto Kingsway and Broadway. However, it would also need to do double duty because there's a goal around providing a pedestrian interest on Watson Street. And to that, this building constructed on Main from 2005 did provide an expanded public realm. There's landscaping, there's street trees, there's an expanded walk path, and they have oriented some of the units so there's eyes onto the street per se. So the lane actually operates on many different levels, and that would also be the goal for the Rise property. It would have its vehicular access in addition to having storefronts as they hug the quarters and come down onto Watson Street, and the expanded open for the vehicular access in the loading bay. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that update. And we will go right into our speakers list. And I think we maybe have a round of questions for staff at about the halfway mark tonight. If once we have heard from a number of speakers, maybe we can do a check-in if there are clarifying questions for staff from council. And just a reminder, 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning at 4.5. There's a screen ticking down in front of you there. You can make the podium go up and down to suit your needs as well. That's a new addition to make that a little more functional for everyone using it. And also, you may have questions from council. Council may have questions following your comments. I'll let you know on that front. So, first up is Grace McKenzie, and followed by Lucas Verubi and Maureen Segwin. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a request. May I please give my space up to Jim and exchange it for his space? He's 107 and I'm 2.
Okay.
Instead of me speaking now, I'll speak at 107 if you approve.
You have a compelling reason to do that switch. That is at my discretion, but we don't normally have a practice of a lot of switching around because it's challenging.
Mr. Jim is an expert on. Maybe you could come up and.
If I could clarify, Mr. Chairman, I'm speaking tonight on behalf of RAMP, the Residents Association, and they have commissioned a report concerning this rezoning application which I would like to distribute now. And some of it, you'll be surprised to hear, I won't be able to speak to it all in 5 minutes. So some of it is research and food for thought, and they would like to, if it's council's pleasure, to have this distributed early on in the public hearing rather than later on, which
Okay.
I wasn't fast enough on the phone.
Okay, that's fine if you want to switch speaking order. Yeah, Mr. Leto, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Worship, members, and true to my threat, yes, here. What I have here is there's some photos, and then the report. Now, while the clerk is distributing material,
you can just get started.
Yeah, okay. I might as well get started. And what you see is this is a submission in 5 parts. Needless to say, I won't be able to do this in 5 minutes. But what you'll see is on the front page, there's an index, and it's basically what I call an amenity matrix. And so I would characterize this as food for thought, and I please request council members to look at this as the hearing goes on and time goes on, to look at the material. It's broken down into various things, such as a recommendation at the end, which is 1 page, an analysis and development options, second last page, and an amenity matrix report card, which you'll see there is mentioned in a number of the pages. Basically, Mr. Chairman, to get into it, you can start running it. There'll be the illustrations on the screen of the handout of the pictures there as well. What we noticed when I first noticed, and I think the community's noticed, when you start seeing some of these streetscape pictures of the project and the surrounding streets, we believe that there's something dreadfully wrong here. That the massive scale of this project is not in scale with the streets or the neighborhood, and actually I noticed in the city report, I was actually pleased to see Councillor make questions about that building on Watson. It's actually called the Claude Douglas building, and it's a non-market residential project. And I was astonished to see in the report there was little or no mention of that building in the report, which is totally out of character with standard review of development, DPs, never mind rezonings. So basically the purpose of the material before you there is to say, look, we think that this project has lost its way in the process. I hear discussions about, is this the biggest building on Kingsway? Is this an icon? Will it be a signature building? And is there a lot of like horse trading from CACs and going from a big building from, I don't know, 30 stories to 26, that's maybe some other number. And what we're saying is in the C3A, that district schedule, there's actually tests for a building to actually earn what? Earn density and earn height. And we're missing the boat if all we're doing, we think, is we're just trading numbers for making a bigger building smaller, rather than looking at the C3A system, which I just noticed now in the first, say, 4 pages there. You see what the C3A says. If you want to go over 30 feet, you have to do things such as the relationship with the nearby residential buildings, the effects of the site on surrounding buildings and streets, the amount of open space, plazas, consideration of pedestrian needs, and conservation of the character and amenity of the area. These things are how you earn density. Well, it's interesting. C3, you earn height over 30 feet, and you earn density over 1 FSR. Nothing is given to you, and then you work backwards. You arm wrestle with staff or whoever. I note, if I just quickly flip to the report card, which is page 21, what you see, the way this material is structured, is on the left side, you see the C3A standards, requirements, things that you must do. And then on the right side, you see the evaluation. And just touching it lightly, on the question of amount of open space, there's no public open space in this site. The only open space is on the top. It's not publicly accessible. The business of pedestrian environment, the Broadway guidelines talk about 2 stories or 30 feet on Broadway. This thing's 49 feet on Broadway, 2 stories. Major shadowing, crossing the street. You're supposed to fall in line with the project and actually provide amenities to warrant height. Watson Street's interesting because it's discussed in the community plan as being a lane for pedestrians and artists and what have you. There's 4 major truck bays crossing that street. The business about artists and such, the artists have lost their space in the CAC trade, gone off-site. So I guess what I would say is have a look, please, at the report card. See if, when you look at the amenities and the benefits that you're supposed to be providing to earn density and height, are they here in this project? And our thesis is they are not in this project. And actually, City of Vancouver has a system now for evaluating major projects, especially on Broadway. And that's something that I'd say is we're lucky to have, and it's something that we're not making use of here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leto.
Final remarks on CAC. The CAC thing, I think, has some profound disappointments in the fact that it lends itself to off-site trades, where you don't know where it's going to go, you don't know when it's going to go, the provisions that you get with the CACs, but nonetheless the density is left on the site. And can the site handle that density? In this case, I say no, because we haven't even gone to square one, which is proving the merits.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leto. And folks from Ramp, I'll give you a little leeway there on the time, given all the material brought forward. Councillor Carr, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed that one of the last recommendations in this report that you've just submitted to us, page 25, said that future development should be considered with regard to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. Were you participants in the process that developed that plan? You were the RAMP.
No, I came on this later.
But you're representing RAMP?
RAMP, yes. And
members of RAMP were participants in the development of the community plan?
Oh, yes. Oh,
okay.
Yes. I mean, the middle part of this report, as you can see, is the part 2, the amenity matrix compared with the Mount Pleasant plan and the rezoning application CD1. What you see, there's a number of pages are starred and scribbled on with the title Misfit. And what you see there was a comparison there. I think this was to some advantage because I could take the community plan, see how it compared to the rezoning application. And so, for example, like in the things of the artists, for example, the community plan was very excited about helping artists. And then what you see there, actually, when you look at the CD1, is you see the artist thing fell through.
Yeah, I know that, actually. So I just following through on the involvement in the plan. The plan calls for 3 spots where there could be increased density. Yet here, this evaluation on page 21 that you just gave us says that there is a prevailing
neighborhood site limit to not award height and density increases. Is that for this particular project to not award? And as a follow-up, has there been discussion around what kind of a project the community would support awarding higher density or height? What would those criteria be? Are they in here somewhere?
Yeah. Well, there's two things. If you look on page, the community is, and the ramp people that I speak to are adamant that when they looked at the so-called 3 sites, there was a discussion there that these sites were special. And then actually when you look on page 10 of this document here, what you'll see, and it's interesting, they all talk about the plan talks about increased height for the 3 sites, but only 2 of the sites, this not being one of them, they talk about increased density. And actually when you look on page 13 and 14 of this, what you'll see is sites on Broadway West and Broadway East are identified in the plan as being capable of getting additional density. And I think that's important because the other day I was listening and people were talking like these were the only 3 sites where you could achieve CACs and, you know, it couldn't happen anywhere else in the district. Patently not so. And there's even, I would say, when you look at page 10, and you'll hear, I think, many others from RAMP later, saying, look, they understood that they didn't give carte blanche for extra density on this site, on the RISE site, but they gave guarded sort of agreement with height. What they would accept and what the position is when you look in the back in the recommendations, it says, look, use the amenity regulations or guides that are in the C3A. And those are listed on pages 1 to 4 on the left side, and they're put in bold, and we're saying this thing, and that's the point about Broadway. To go from 1 to 3, you got to earn it. Alderman Meggs asked, he's not here now, he's asking about the Lee building, saying, oh, well, you know, so what's wrong with, you know, I don't know, 70 feet straight up or whatever? The Broadway guidelines were developed specifically knowing that more density would happen on Broadway and that you have to earn it. So in the good old days where you just run the walls straight up and in some cases over the property lines, the city wanted something back, and that was part of the key of discretionary zoning, is you had to earn it. And I would say, if you look on pages 1 to 4, that's the test. And the good news is, they're all on the books already. And when you look on page 24, for example, what we're looking at there is some positive things that you can do with the with this site to try and earn that 3 FSR.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Louie, questions?
Mr. Lito, thanks for coming this evening. So, just a couple of questions. You understand that the C3A is guidelines for the Development Permit Board, not for council going through a rezoning. And so we look to the community plan rather than the guidelines to give us some indication of what might be appropriate. But even under your scenario, the C3A guidelines would not allow the Lee building to be built. Because
That's true.
Because it goes to 3
Yes.
FSR. Lee building is over 7 FSR.
That's correct.
And so, and if it wasn't envisioned on the RISE site to have additional density above what is in the guidelines, which is 1, you'd have an awful tall, skinny building but didn't envision additional density as well.
Well, if I could, the district schedule, the C3A, permit board usually deals, as we all know, with the C3A. But in this case, what I'm saying here is that the C3A bylaw direction for merit, for earning extra density and height, they are bona fide council regulation, and that they're still valid. And I say in this case, part of this middle bit here with the misfit business of this report, the amenity matrix here, is you see I've got the C3A over on the left side, I haven't included the guidelines in the middle. Then I went straight to the community plan, and then I went to the CD1 report. And what you see then, I'm using always the C3A regulations, which is council-approved district schedule bylaw, as a test. And I'm seeing if the MCP addresses the things about consideration for the neighboring buildings, residential buildings, and if the CD1 report does. And if you take that building on Watson Street, for instance, it's interesting neither one picks it up. But I'm just saying, in Vancouver's tradition of discretionary zoning and neighborly development and all that kind of good stuff, the C3A bylaw is a bylaw. The guidelines, yes, they're flexible, but the bylaw says that's the standard. And we're always talking from, it seems to me, the top down in this thing. Like we start high and chisel away and fight and arm wrestle, and then they get some CACs and it goes back up a little, and then it comes down a little. It's some kind of like arm wrestle or something.
So
this thing is from the ground up.
Mr. Later, what would fit on the site that would create that one component of neighborliness that you're speaking of now?
Oh, well, to be constructive, that's why we look at page 24, where we talk about an analysis and development options, where we look at, for example, like what I call it the square donut, or the fortress, which is sort of what you got now on the site with the tower, and then we look at the massing thing underneath, where you do the Broadway wall, you do the Kingsway wall, and you actually, see, that's one of the nice things I'm so amazed in this site. You consolidated the site, that's hard to do, and then you have development flexibility with the massing. You can push it here, take it there, go up a little here, drop it there. And so it's not taking advantage of the fact you've got a large consolidated site when you do the square donut. And as I understand it too, is in some of the loss of the height from before to now, it was piled on Broadway. So it made the Broadway shadowing and impact story worse. I mean, have a look at some of these, images here from
so
the
Mr. Leto,
blow-up.
Your preference is then a square donut type?
No. That's where it's not happening. That's what you got now. And the preference is downstairs, a permeable site.
Okay.
Because a permeable site...
At what height?
We don't know, because you have to do the test. You have to do the test for shadowing. You look at the business of the streetscape. And for example, when I look at 118 feet on there, that's not happening. You look at issues like 30 feet. So you test it. Then you look at the green space. There's no green space on the site. The bylaw talks about green space, open space, pedestrian movement through the site. These are all very old-fashioned terms that actually Vancouver's been using to have, I'll say, humane development, even though it's large scale. Like when you go downtown, it's another story. Burrard Street is a different sort of kettle of fish. But the Broadway story has rules.
Thank you, Mr. Leto.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Leto, Councillor Louis. And we are on to our next speaker, Lucas Berube. He's next on the list, followed by Maureen Seguin, Aidan Ridgway, Michelle Storino. Number 4, Lucas Berube. Welcome.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor and City Council, tonight I'd like to speak in favor of Rise Alliance's proposed development in Broadway and Kingsway, both as a resident of the community and as an urban planner currently working towards my full professional designation. Also, I'll add that I'm not affiliated with the project. In September, I bought an apartment 2.5 blocks away from the site at 10th and Quebec, and have absolutely fallen in love with the neighborhood for its vibrancy, eclecticism, and walkability. I frequent the coffee shops and restaurants, take transit downtown to and from work every day, and very rarely find it necessary to drive. Prior to buying my place, my brother and I spent close to a year looking for a single-family home in Mount Pleasant that was in livable condition and contained a basement suite that we could use as a source of mortgage income. Although we were fortunate enough to have some generational capital to use as a down payment, in the end we were unable to find anything within our price range that wasn't a complete teardown. So in order to live in the neighborhood, I bought a condo. Now, I realize that in Vancouver, this is not an uncommon story. People sacrifice home and land size to live in desirable neighborhoods all over the city every day. I'm also cognizant that owning a single-family home in one of the most beautiful and livable cities in the world is a privilege and not a right. I feel very fortunate to own a place in the city and neighborhood, and I know that home ownership in Vancouver isn't a reality for everyone. It's no secret that housing affordability is a major concern here, and there's plenty of anecdotal evidence to suggest that many young, educated people and young families leave the city every year because of the disparity between wages and real estate prices. I think that the retention of professionals and young families is essential to a city's health, and believe that increasing the housing supply by approving higher density developments like this one is the first step towards ameliorating unaffordability. No rental housing or heritage buildings are being torn down to build this project, and I fail to see how, as some opponents of this project have suggested, a larger housing supply is going to increase home values and property taxes any more than they've already increased with the present supply. From a planning perspective, I think that the proposed development conforms to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan and also supports the principles of smart growth. As you're well aware, the MPC plan is a result of a very extensive community consultation process. This site is one of 3 specific locations that have been identified to accommodate higher density developments. As only 3 sites have been identified in the plan, the majority of housing in Mount Pleasant will remain single-family or low-rise multifamily. Approving the development in its current form will not set a precedent for the building of towers throughout the community, as some opponents have suggested. Furthermore, the MPC plan states that the height and bulk of new developments will be distributed in relation to the character of existing streets. For instance, larger scale buildings on Kingsway and smaller scale on Main. By positioning the tower portion of this development at the southeast corner of the site along Kingsway, I believe the proposed development conforms to the MPC plan's vision and respects the scale of Broadway and Main. The MPC plan also calls for the allowance of increased density close to transit hubs. Locating higher density buildings near rapid transit is a principle of smart growth and is recognized as a very basic principle of good urban planning throughout the world. As Broadway is one of the busiest arterials in the city and will likely see the development of some form of rail transit in the near future, the intersection of Broadway and Kingsway seems like an ideal place to site a development of this nature. I know that over the next couple of days, you're going to be hearing from a long list of speakers, many of whom will be speaking out against this development. While this is all part of a healthy democratic process, please keep in mind that Mount Pleasant has more than 25,000 residents, and many of the people speaking against this development are part of a small, very vocal group that is not representative of the community as a whole. And as the jeering just demonstrated, have turned this into a very adversarial process. Neighborhoods grow and develop. New buildings get built. People move in. It's all part of the unavoidable and healthy evolution of the city. The contrast of old and new is what makes the built form in cities like London so dynamic and visually stimulating. While it's important to preserve our city's heritage buildings, I'm not sure that buildings like the Lee Building, built 100 years ago, should serve as benchmarks for the height of buildings today. Mount Pleasant is a very desirable, growing community. People want to live here, and I think that it's the responsibility of every neighborhood in Vancouver to accommodate new growth. If it's approved, this development will provide an opportunity for people to live in our community. People that, like myself, want to live here and are willing to work hard and make sacrifices to own real estate in Vancouver, but are unable to afford single-family homes. These people will patronize our community's businesses, bring more life to its streets, and ultimately make Mount Pleasant a more vibrant and diverse community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that. No questions from council. Thanks for coming to speak. Our next speaker is Maureen Seguin, number 6.
Sorry, I'm a little sick. Good evening, Mayor and Council. In order to have affordable housing, we need to have a larger supply. We know Vancouver continues to grow in population and that we are very limited with the space. Therefore, our only viable option is to build up. There are 3 key areas that have been designated as high density in East Vancouver. I see this as an opportunity to build for the future and to prepare for the expected population growth in these recognized areas. I've also attended many transit workshops and understand that the RAV line will be coming through Broadway in years to come. With that being said, it's crucial to have both density and transit close together. We as a city don't want to be spending money on a transit system that won't be used to its fullest potential. Instead, we should build high density around these transit hubs to encourage a more car-free lifestyle. By 2020, Vancouver hopes to be the world's most greenest city. I'm very proud to be a part of that. It would be in our green interest to accommodate as many people as we can in these high transit areas. By building several low-rise condos scattered around the neighborhood will actually be more inconvenient to those who depend on the transit system the most. We can't think of how this building impacts the neighborhood today. Instead, we need to focus on how this building will impact our future for the next 99 years. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak. Next up, Aidan Ridgway. If I got that right. Number 7, followed by Michelle Storino, Sandeep Johal, Chris Davakwa.
I require some help just connecting this to the projector. How do I do that?
You need to...
How do I connect my computer to the screen?
So maybe while you guys puzzle over the technology there, we can move to our... You can do that. Why don't you take a moment to get set up there, and we'll call the next speaker forward, Michelle Storino. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Michelle Storino, and I'm a resident and tax-paying citizen of Mount Pleasant. I am also a member of the Mount Pleasant Implementation Committee, or MPIC, or FARCE, as I feel that this is. I am wholly against this project in its current form. Throughout the course of this public hearing, all in attendance will hear detailed, factual, and complex information for and against this project. I'd like to speak as a citizen and from the heart about this, because you'll have more than enough detail, and I think you need to get to the point of this matter that this affects citizens in the community. Basically, this development is a money grab by the developer, full stop. We know high rises, the higher you go, the more money you get for your condos. I'm incensed as a homeowner, and not to appear as a hypocrite, but I do live in the Stella building. Now, that was purchased before I got involved in this whole situation here. But I went to City Hall, we did all our research, look at community planning in that, and was pretty much guaranteed that it would be one hell of a challenge to have our view blocked. On that basis, I bought the property. I did buy the property for my view, I'm not going to lie. But I also bought the property because I loved Mount Pleasant. I love the integrity of that area. I love the diversification. I love the fact that low-income, middle-class, and high-income people live together and work together in that community. This project, and I don't care how Chris Boland or any other Rise Alliance power to be attempts to window dress the situation, is not respecting the community. Had they done this, they would have sat down with citizens of the community and worked together to create a building, a form and function that complemented the area. You have heard already in the first few speakers, aside from those for the project, that this is a monstrosity of a development. I'm a bit upset because my building was designed by the same architects, and I feel they did a much better job with my building, that it blends into the community and the color scheme used. Knowing that it rains here so often in Vancouver and is often gray, sometimes I forget my building's even there. It's hard to even see. Now, looking at all of the information over the past year that I have been involved with this planning and development and investigating it, I can't believe it's even gotten this far. I'm really ashamed of council and the city for even allowing this to go to public hearing because of the massive shading, because of the lack of transparency with the community and the window dressing of the MPIC. Time and time again, the community has spoken. This is too big for our community. It does not respect the community plan, and I will allow the experts to tell you this, and you will hear it time and time again throughout this public hearing. It hurts small business, and I know because I have spent the past year talking to small business owners and my neighbors who have had to close down their small business because there's no protection for small business. We need to focus as a community on things that are important. Again, we reiterate affordability. And I'm sorry, on West Pender, 291 square feet for $1,000 a month is affordable housing? That's shameful. I'm tired of being embarrassed of living in Vancouver and being on Forbes' top list of the most unaffordable city to live in. There's no justification behind this. We need to curb this ridiculous increase and focus on that. We're being embarrassed by other provinces and other cities that can do sustainable living properly. They can take this same square footage and make it into something that is a viable, community-respected type of development. It can be done. We know it can be done. We've spoken to people in finance. We've spoken to urban designers. Transportation, don't even get me started on TransLink. They can barely afford to keep their head above water. And now they've got to backtrack by putting in so that people will pay turnstiles. How much is that costing? This is not progressive thought, people. This is backtracking on things. I want to see things done properly. I want to see planning done properly. Do your transportation study. Listen to your community. You've got a lot of smart people out there who know what they're talking about. They're not here to be the enemy of developers. They're saying work with the community. You've got smart people in the community who are seeking the best interests of the community and the viability of the community. I don't care about the Lee building 100 years ago. We can't ask those people if they're for or against because I think most of them are probably dead by now. Think now. This is the now. Let's work with the now. Vote accordingly and stop this process of developers becoming more powerful than politicians. I'm tired of it, and my fight will not continue after this is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to speak. Mr. Ridgway, are you hooked up and ready to roll, or are you still?
Does it display? Can we check?
Let me have a look here.
Oh, perfect. Can we also dim the lights a little bit? That'd be great. Yeah. I've got some other slides that are okay. And all right. I'm opposed to this rezoning, specifically this development proposal. Our city can do a lot better. Let me be clear. I'm not against density, but I think that there's a sweet spot with this site in regards to how much height and density should be allowed. Unique pocket neighborhoods in our city are important. They help define Vancouver and ensure that we don't fall into anonymity. Tourists and people from all over the city venture into pocket neighborhoods for the street-level experience. It just so happens that Mount Pleasant is one of Vancouver's oldest neighborhoods. It has a historic nature and feeling to it, and it certainly has an interesting street-level experience. I believe that an increase in height and density should be done gradually, with a great respect for the history and character of our neighborhood, as well as trying to address the community needs. This development does not respect the character of this neighborhood and certainly isn't a gradual approach to increasing density. This proposal seems like a sure way to turn our neighborhoods into anonymous downtown spaces. I get that Vancouver is growing. I get that we need to support more people. But do we really want one large downtown? This council needs to protect these pocket neighborhoods. 180 people all spent 5 hours of their personal time to provide honest feedback on the initial proposal. And this is available on the City of Vancouver website, the rezoning website. At the following open house, only 3 months later, the developer had made some changes but hadn't really responded to any of the top 5 community requested benefits from that open house. The feedback that the community gave at the first open house clearly stated that this proposal was way off and had to undergo some serious changes before we could accept it. One of the major issues I see with this proposal is the slight permeability in regards to vehicle and pedestrian cyclist impact. This is from the independent traffic assessment that's available on the City of Vancouver's rezoning website for this site. In it, they estimate that over 370 person trips per hour will be generated for the 83,000 square foot of retail space. They estimate that the vehicle traffic will result in a driver of vehicle trip rate of 170 per hour during PM peak hours. Based on the expectation that some vehicles will park nearby and the 70 commercial parking stalls, the total commercial traffic generation was estimated at 99 per hour. Note, there are now 97 commercial stalls, so this number would increase. Together with the 62 residential vehicle trips per hour in this report, estimated in this report, this puts the total at 161 vehicle trips per hour entering and exiting Watson Street during PM peak hours. These peak hours are also when pedestrians, currently recorded at 270 per hour, will be crossing Watson Street along Broadway. These numbers don't take into consideration pedestrian traffic from a future transit station. Cyclists are currently recorded at 230 per hour during these peak PM hours along 10th Avenue. This doesn't look like a safe amount of traffic for the site to me. Why are we entertaining the idea of an entire second floor grocery store at the site? It takes a significant amount of FSR and low massing height that could easily be removed from the site. There's a Buy Low Foods across the street and an IGA only 4 blocks away. The 6-truck loading bay with 2 spaces for semi-sized trucks on Watson Street does not enhance the street character. They will take a considerable amount of time to turn into Watson and back into their bays, creating congestion. Removing the large retail space could potentially remove the need for most of those truck bays and maybe even create space for small retail along Watson Street. After all, isn't the whole idea to make Watson walkable, especially considering a future transit station? At the official open house, the second open house, on the official display boards and handouts, it was stated that an overall height had been reduced by 27%. I later learned that this was completely incorrect. It hadn't been reduced by 27%, but rather 11%. How does this happen? Well, they actually increased the floor heights. If height was the number one issue, this blew my mind, if height was the number one issue from the community, why the heck did they increase the floor heights? I expected to see some change in the character of this building. In my own opinion, the architect is clearly out of touch with the character and history of the neighborhood. Applying different shades of red brick laid out horizontally and vertically with fish breaking through is my idea of a hot mess. Bubblegum walls and mosaic tiles, different colored glass, all in an effort to check off items on the community plan, like enhancing the character and walkability of Watson Street with bubblegum wall, and a 6-truck loading bay would be a good idea. I don't get it.
So we're over your time now, if you want to wrap up.
I just want to go through 3 quick slides here. This is from the first open house feedback, where everyone said that they didn't think the height was reasonable. That first open house was great. I think that there were a lot of people there that were very open-minded. The feedback in that initial open house, I think everyone here should definitely read that report on the zoning website. You're asking the question to other residents what they think is a reasonable height. It was already asked to a whole community group of 180 people, and this is their response. It feels too big, even with the proposed benefits. How they wanted to see the skyline. I mean, you can clearly see that even in the second drawing, in item B there, that the height of the buildings are no taller than double the Lee height. I mean, it's just ridiculous what we've been proposed with.
So, Mr. Ridgway, you're well over time now,
Sorry.
and there's 190 people waiting to speak.
Yes.
So, can you email council Your presentation, just so we have that?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Cheers. That would be very helpful. Thank you. That's public hearing at vancouver.ca.
Okay.
Is the email to use. And thank you for coming and making that presentation. So our next speaker is Sandeep Johal, followed by number 10, Chris Bavacqua, number 11, Melissa Bandura, number 12, David Duns. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandeep Johal. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant. I am a renter, and I'm a member of the Mount Pleasant Implementation Committee. I'm not opposed to density, and I'm not opposed to development. Mount Pleasant has seen its fair share in the past few years, but I am completely opposed to this development in its current form, and what I feel is a failed public consultation process, especially when there are half-empty buildings nearby that haven't been filled. I want to start first with affordability. Mayor Robertson, in response to the firing of ex-director of planning Brent Todran, you said it was, quote, about looking forward and looking at the challenges the city faces, especially around housing affordability, end of quote. And that, quote, council felt it was important to have some new leadership and new direction to get that job done. If this is the case, I'm unsure as to why Todran's recommendation was referred to public hearing, as there is nothing affordable about this development. The word affordable is mentioned 18 times in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. It is mentioned 0 times in the RISE rezoning application. Under the Residential Tenancy Act, the annual rent increase section, a landlord can increase the rent annually, inflation plus 2%. Under the additional rent increase section, a landlord can apply to increase the rent over and above the annual rent increase if the rent is significantly lower than the rent of other similar rental units in the same geographic area. Just as an example, district at Main and 6th, as of February 25th, 2012 on Craigslist, a 1-bedroom, 600 square feet is being rented for $1,850. And a 2-bedroom, 763 square feet is being rented for $2,050 a month. This doesn't seem very affordable to me, especially when we have such an affordability crisis. And it's not affordable for the average Vancouverite, but more importantly for the average Mount Pleasant resident. Displacement has been occurring and will continue to occur with these kinds of rents. For me, this is a for-profit development with 0 affordability and no immediate public benefits. This is not creating or sustaining a livable community for the average person. I'd like to move on to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. RISE has gone on record to state that this development complies 100% to the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. I disagree. In section 3.4, page 10, the Mount Pleasant Community Plan does indeed see some opportunity for increased height and density on 3 selected sites. This is true, one of them being the RISE site. And that's what the developer is using to justify a 215-foot tower, 118-foot tower, and 5.5 FSR. But what's being failed to be mentioned is it's contingent on 2 factors. A, further urban design analysis. Under that is shadowing. Shadow impacts have not been looked at. Yesterday, the architect expressed concern for minimizing shadow impact for the residents of the building, but not for the business owners or the people on the street who would be affected by it on the north side of Broadway. View impacts haven't really been looked at. The view impacts will be huge. Look and feel of the area hasn't been addressed. This building does not fit in. And permeability of the site, there is none. It's not open to the community. It's only open to the residents. And the other factor is important public benefits. We now know this is going to be CAC money for possibly new cultural amenities and affordable housing. But I feel like there's a lot of question marks there. I'm not confident that there are any guarantees. And if community input hasn't been considered so far, I don't feel it will be considered for the CAC money. Also, yesterday, the architect stated that we are only at the rezoning process and will address those issues if this goes through. So my question is, I am new to this process. Why hasn't the applicant already addressed these issues? And how can you vote on this application in its current form if these issues haven't been adequately addressed and will possibly be addressed at some later point in the process, which will mean it's a different application? have a couple more points. Rise and planning staff state they've made significant changes to the proposal in response to community input. I completely disagree with that. Even though it has been well documented that height has been the most contentious point in this process, and that the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, Section 5, page 23 states, it is important to note that additional height is a very sensitive issue where there was least convergence of community opinion during the community plan process. The height, or even density for that matter, hasn't been significantly reduced. In the original application, July 26, 2010, it was 245 feet. In the resulting 3 revisions, it has remained at 215 feet. It has remained at 19 stories, and after the first revision, the FSR has actually increased from 5.48 to 5.55. On the city website, as Aidan noted, it says 26 stories has been reduced to 19 stories with a 27% decrease in height. But the floor-to-floor heights were increased, so the 19 stories actually reaches the 23-story mark of the original proposal, which is only a 30-foot difference or a 3-story reduction, not 7 as cited on the website, and an 11% decrease in height. The 30 feet that was dropped from the 245-foot tower was simply added to the high-rise along Broadway, increasing the height from 89 feet to 118 feet.
So you're over your time. You can wrap up in a sentence.
Yep. I just want to say that I feel this development has violated the spirit and intent of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, as well as several key points, has effectively ignored citizen input and the public consultation process, hasn't taken important factors into consideration like shadowing, view impacts, look and feel of the area, traffic congestion, affordability especially, and the community itself. Thank you.
You have a question. You have a question from Councillor Meigs.
Sir?
You have a question from Councillor Meigs.
Sure.
I'm going to mark you down as a no.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I am opposed.
But you said early on in your comments, if I caught it right, that there's a lot of vacancies in Mount Pleasant. Did I hear you correctly in that regard? Could you send us any details you have of that? I don't need anything serious research, but I'm surprised to hear that there's vacancies.
Yeah,
so rental vacancies.
I can send you information on that if you'd like.
Okay, and that would be, presumably, if there's rental vacancies, they would be starting to take rents down if they can't find tenants.
Actually, they're quite expensive. My cousin's been looking to move into Mount Pleasant, and we were looking on Craigslist, and the rentals have increased quite a bit, and they're more expensive than the West End now, which I was actually surprised by.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see that. But the question I have that I keep coming back to in my mind as I hear many of the submissions is you clearly don't like the height of the building, and you also wish it was affordable.
True.
So would you accept a taller building if it was affordable?
I can't speak to that. If it was on the table as a rezoning, then I could think about it. But as a hypothetical,
well, I'm trying to clarify what the fundamental objection is, because the developer is seeking to make some money. No one's made a secret of that. So they're not going to subsidize the rents, I don't think.
Right.
They've not proposed to do that. There was rental in it, and that's gone now.
They were market price, just to be clear.
Market rental, but they're gone because to try to reduce the height. So we lost whatever rental there was. Maybe there's a little bit left. And then so the question I have is this trade-off. I mean, what would your advice be to council? Should we, insist on a building that is affordable, even if there's no one prepared to build it, or should we look at providing a bit more height if it provides more supply? I mean, it's a contradiction I find myself really jammed by.
Yeah, and fair enough. And I guess for me, I think it just goes back to the process. And I've talked to members of the community liaison group who worked on the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. I've talked to several members, in fact, and they said during the process they had talked about heights 4 to 6 stories, and they were surprised when at the end of the process the developer came in with their model, and they were told they were not supposed to focus on the height when the developer came in to present their model. And
I know you have process concerns, but I'm hoping you can help me clarify this really fundamental question, which is whether we should emphasize affordability, even if it's higher than some people would like, or we should just say it has to be a certain maximum height, and if nothing gets built, so be it.
I think we just need to follow the community public consultation process. There's been a lot of information that's been passed through that consultation process, and it's been ignored. I mean, if you look at the first slide, I think, or one of the slides that Aidan showed, it had a graph saying what would be appropriate height. And the majority of people said between 6 and 12 stories, but note, there was no option for 1 to 6 stories on that graph.
Yeah. I don't think we can get a short building that's also affordable that will will be built by the private sector. If that's the case, I'd be interested in an example. But thank you very much for coming tonight.
And may I just add, sorry to take up any time, I just wanted to note that on the RISE promotional materials, the City of Vancouver logo is on it. It has been since removed, but this is really concerning for me because this looks as though this is endorsed by the city, and I think this is very misleading, extremely misleading for the public.
So you have a question from Councillor Ball as well. Ms. Jo Hall?
Sure. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify one thing. When you say affordable housing, do you mean social or public housing, or are you talking market housing that isn't expensive? Is that just because the term affordable housing gets used a lot and it gets very confusing when we're up here?
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to say, right, because there's such a need for social housing, but then for average residents, rents are increasing so much. Like, I couldn't afford to pay $1,850 for one bedroom a month for 600 square feet, especially if I'm going to have a family and cram them all in there. So, I mean, ideally it would be affordability for all. I mean, I'm no expert. I don't know how that can be achieved. But, you know, there is social housing. That is an issue, but also just average housing for average residents.
So you're speaking of two things, or?
I was actually speaking of affordability for residents who actually live in Mount Pleasant, who could afford to stay there.
So you're looking for basically market housing that's not market.
Right. In an ideal world, that would be great.
Just so that I understand. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And a question from Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I live in the West End, so I rent, and I know what rents are like. When people talk about affordability, I always say, well, for me, it was back in 1970 when I was able to rent then, but I probably, if I went back, would think that wasn't very affordable now. What's your understanding of affordable? What constitutes affordable? Is it an average of...
That is a very good question, and that's a question I have for myself as well. It's like, I don't know what the definition is. According to the CMHC, it's 30% of your income. And I know a lot of people in Vancouver who are paying upwards of 50 to 80% for their rent and for their mortgage. So I feel like there needs to be a definition for affordability, because I hear it being used all the time in the media by council, you know, by people, but there hasn't really been a proper definition for it. So my definition would be along the lines of 30% of your income.
Okay, as you can imagine, this is a vexing question for us, and how to achieve affordability, and then also, you know, what's affordable to one person is certainly not to someone else, and that's what we're struggling with everywhere in the city.
Yeah, and I know it's not an easy answer, and I know it's not an easy process, but again, if we look at the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, because so many people are looking at it to justify things, it does say affordability in there 18 times. It does talk about affordability quite a lot in that plan, so I mean, that is something that's important to the community members of Mount Pleasant.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carr, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. You know, sometimes I too am interested in this issue of how does one achieve the trade-offs, but more important to me, often there is a bottom line that it's important to understand in the community or with any project going forward. And in this case, height is the contentious issue. I'm interested in knowing if you have any feelings about what the bottom line is, and in this case, it's the top line. You know, I see that the statistics show in the community feedback it was 6 to 12 stories. You say that the 0 to 6 wasn't tested. Is it and there's issues around form. Is it height in terms of an absolute number? Is it height relative to the fact that there are already, for example, 2 buildings within this general area, number 1 Kingsway and the Stella, that are, I think, at 10 and 12 stories? Is it something comparable to that? If you could help me try and figure out what that might be.
Yeah, I guess, and I'm not speaking for anyone but myself when I say this, is when I look at Mount Pleasant, if I was going to come in with some sort of proposal, I would look at the community. And I understand we have to grow and, you know, things need to change. But in my mind, plopping down a 26-story high-rise in the middle of a non-high-rise neighborhood, a low to mid-rise neighborhood, seems very odd, and it seems very out of character. And I was at a spot rezoning panel where one of the architects on the panel from UBC said, high-rises make sense in certain areas of Vancouver. They don't make sense in Mount Pleasant. So you also have to take a look at the communities. You know, it doesn't make sense in Mount Pleasant. And just to be clear, when it says additional height and density, in that section 3.4, it says mid-rise to high-rise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jang, question?
Very
Noting the 190 speakers waiting.
I was deep in thought about this, so I wanted to make sure I had a very succinct question to ask the speaker instead of my usual rambling story, which I'm going to do now just to annoy you.
Thought I was off the hook.
So I'll call our next speaker. Our next speaker is
you. Tough crowd, I tell you. It's back here, not there. I'm going to get to my question now. So, like Councillor Meigs, I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do, right?
Yeah.
So we have issues about height.
Yeah.
We've talked about affordability, and the definition of affordability is all over the place.
Yes.
Depending on what your personal circumstances are.
Yes.
I'm not even sure 30% defined by CMHC is even realistic anymore around the world. I mean, it's just a nice thing to aim for, but, you know. So the real question is, so when originally the proposal had height, which gave us both rental, and we know that most people rent, and there's a need for that, and then an ownership, and then to reduce the height to kind of fit in better with the neighborhood, they had to cut out the rental part, leaving it all now strata titled. So in your opinion, from what you know of all your work in the community, which is better to have, rental or ownership?
I mean, in an ideal world, rental, but, you know, I've only been involved in this for a year, so I'm still learning. I guess for me, too, like I did a lot of research on the STIR program, and I noted that, you know, if developers include STIR rental units into their developments, they get additional height and density. So I didn't know if it was just a bid to get additional height and density, but for me, I think when those 62 rental units, STIR rental units, were removed, the height and density didn't really change. So I don't know. I feel like that's a concern.
Well, I think okay, that's a good point.
Okay.
Am I off the hook here?
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, you're free, but then something for staff to come back with is a verification of that statement. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johal. And next up is Chris Vivacqua, number 10, followed by Melissa Bandura.
Hi.
Welcome.
I just wanted to start by saying I've been a resident in Mount Pleasant since the early to mid-90s, and I just wanted to speak to one thing that was mentioned by one of the first speakers. I really resent the fact that they said that this project was opposed by only a small vocal few. I don't think that's the case at all. And I'm just speaking for my... I come up here representing me, myself, and I'm not affiliated with any groups at all. And that somehow that the new residents are the ones that are going to make this a really vibrant community. And I think it's the people that grew up in this community and have been living in this community for a long time, since it was an undesirable community that no one wanted to live in, that have made it a really vibrant and unique community that it is now. So I just want to say that. So, as I said, I've been a resident since the early mid-90s in Mount Pleasant, and we all know change is a constant, and change can be a good thing. But what I feel is happening in this neighborhood is the beginning of a full-scale redevelopment of this entire community with no regard to resident input or to the community plan. I see it happening all over the city. I see it happen along Canby. I saw it happen at Little Mountain, and I see it happening here at the corner of Kingsway and Broadway. It's been mentioned many times that people enjoy living in Mount Pleasant because it has unique heritage character. And I feel that the city needs to preserve this unique character and not add high-rise condos, the likes of which can be seen all over the city already. Not only does this development need to fit in with the character of the neighborhood, but again, it needs to remain affordable. But what I see is that council and planning have shown over and over again that it has no ability or desire to take into consideration what the residents of any neighborhood want, and seem content to serve the developers of the city until we are all surrounded by giant overpriced empty condos. I failed to see how the community benefits from this high-rise, and it was definitely not made clear in the planning presentation. I am really happy for the new residents who move into these top-notch buildings with their rooftop gardens and stunning views, but what do the rest of the community receive? A promise, a hope, an intended goal of a vague amenity sometime in the not-so-distant future. What normally happens to long-term residents and communities who experience this type of change is a loss of local business and a massive increase in rent. And this is an extremely real fear of mine. I've heard the word trust used many times in the presentation, but trust is not automatically earned. It comes from a give and take of mutual respect, and I believe that most community members do not feel their voices and opinions have been respected in this process. If the people of this community felt that their input made a difference, we would fill the halls and rooms of this entire building tonight, but unfortunately we haven't. And that's because most people look at projects like these as done deals, that the city is going to go ahead and do it anyway because that's what's always been done. So, unfortunately, this trust we speak of is gone, and it needs to be earned back. And the good news is that it can be earned back if you just take into consideration the concerns of all the residents here tonight. I am opposed to this development at the corner of Kingsway and Broadway until all those involved can work with the community and build something to make all of Mount Pleasant proud. I believe we can do a lot better than what's been proposed here. Thanks very much.
Thanks. Thank you for coming to speak. And next up is Melissa Bandura, followed by number 12, David Duns, and then Joseph Jones, 13. Welcome.
Thanks. So I propose this can you hear me? I oppose this proposal in its current form. I am concerned that the Mount Pleasant Community Plan has been manipulated to push this proposal through without proper consideration for the community. RISE representatives have been quoted as saying their proposal conforms 100% with the MPCP. They rely heavily on Section 3.4 to back their argument for increased height. But when the MPCP directly mentions the RISE site in Section 5.1, it makes no mention of the word high-rise, nor rezoning past current C3A guidelines. RISE also does not meet all of Section 3.4's outlined requirements in order to gain height. For example, this proposal directly violates the Central Broadway C3A urban design guidelines by shading Broadway's north sidewalks for 9 months of the year. Though the 215-foot tower is set back to reduce shade, one can note from the shadow studies that it's actually the front tower doing most of the shading directly north, while the 215-foot tower shades the northeast. I must note that the front tower was recently increased in height after community feedback forums clearly asked for reduction in height. This means more impact on street-level views, which has been a common concern on the public comment forums. Additionally, this building will not have any public permeability, making the Broadway Tower seem like a shade-filled wall to pedestrians. Section 3.10 asks to consider the residents themselves as an important asset in the development process, and that integrated community planning must be given precedence over simply meeting housing needs. I hope you heard that one. Section 3.11 says to ensure the process seeks common ground and reflects the interests of the broad community. RISE has gone directly against most community interests as represented here tonight. Section 7.1 of the C3A guidelines asks that the Lee building not be obstructed by adjacent building heights. And though the RISE group touts it has significantly decreased this tower by 7 stories, they concurrently increased all of its floor heights. As for public benefits, I feel that if the planning committee is not committed to a concrete promise of where and when the CACs go in, then they and RISE have no further right to refer to this project as a direct benefactor for Mount Pleasant arts and affordable housing. Section 5.1 and 3.2 define the Heritage Heart as the triangle bordered by Broadway, Main, and Kingsway. This demarcation means that this block of Kingsway should not be equated with the newer Kingsway corridor mentioned last night. Section 5.1 asks that the heart and surrounding areas, i.e. the RISE site, be kept at current scale with creation of spaces accessible to a range of cultural groups. Section 3.10 backs this by asking to keep the neighborhood context always in mind. So Section 5.1 requests to improve pedestrian crossings and celebrates the historical importance of Watson Street. By adding a second turn lane at Kingsway onto 10th, which was promised yesterday, this will make that crossway much more dangerous for pedestrians. I know because I cross 10th Avenue along Kingsway every day, and I've almost been hit a few times there by the already turning lane that's present. The now demoted Watson loading lane will be filled with traffic, all turning one way onto 10th towards Main, and this will make problems for cyclists that are waiting for the light at Main and 10th. I want to end by mentioning the two-dimensional artist drawings shown last night of the buildings along the Kingsway slope from 9th to 12th. Section 3.3 of the MPCP requires this area to maintain its hill-town feel, with new buildings not interrupting the natural slope with their height. The third drawing shown last night clearly shows that the RISE proposal was breaking the sense of hill with its height and directly going against the MPCP. The artist attempted to downplay the building's height by adding additional height to the surrounding already 3 FSR buildings. This to me is an admittance that RISE will set a new height precedent in Mount Pleasant, and the Planning Committee seems ready to go beyond 3 FSR in sites other than the 3 mentioned in the MPCP. Ergo, the promise to restrict high-rises to only 3 sites becomes less plausible, making it very clear that this proposal as is needs to be rejected.
Just about out of time here.
To conclude, it was weak of RISE to show an over FSR building followed by an over 5 FSR building in an area that only allows a maximum 3 FSR. This is akin to a teenager telling their mom, "Hey, I totaled your car." "No, just joking, I only rolled it once. There's hardly any damage." I just also want you to consider the form of this building, what people are demanding in the neighborhood and what people are supplying now in the neighborhood. The demand is for affordable housing, market affordable, whatever you want to call it. What they are giving you is over-height ceilings, amazing views, and at the epicenter of a trendy area. So you can do the math and think how much each one of those units is going to sell for. We don't need another boutique building in Mount Pleasant. We need reality back in Mount Pleasant and some affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks for coming to speak. Just a word to all speakers. I've been giving some flexibility, and speakers have been going a minute to 2 minutes over, which obviously is challenging when there's so many people waiting. And so I just ask everyone to be respectful of the time and try and keep your comments to the 5 minutes. You don't have to use up them all, and given all the material people are putting forward, you can be succinct and echo the words in a much more succinct form if that is, you feel the same way as others before you. David Duns is next.
Your Worship and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to get to speak tonight. First of all, I'd like to thank the city staff. I think they've been through a grueling period, and I think they've done a fabulous job with the work that are the ideas that they've come up with, that they've given back to the developer. I'm in no way associated with the developer at all. I support the RISE development. I live on East Broadway. I live 2 blocks from the development itself. The development will add life to my neighborhood. A neighborhood that people consider to be run down and to be light industrial in nature. I believe the development, the new businesses, the new residents of the completed project will revitalize that neighborhood. A higher building offering more residential units near the Broadway, Kingsway, main transportation hub purely makes sense. Put the people where the transportation is. I understand the process involved in choosing sites, or I think I do, the process involved in choosing sites like the RISE, IGA, and Kingsgate Mall for higher development, more dense units, or more dense developments, that type of thing. The cash contribution from the developer is fair, and I hope Council will commit to using those funds in the Mount Pleasant community. It would be great to have an artist space, but hey, you know, we could use some green spaces there too, and, pardon me, Your Worship, but some of the bicyclists could use a little bit of education in regards to the traffic law. Thank you for your time, and I welcome the new neighbors to my community.
All right, thank you for coming to speak. And next up, Joseph Jones, number 13, and he's followed by Suzanne Goldberg, Michael Mew, Gordon Wasselnuck. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just for a reference point, I live at the midpoint of Kingsway, where the old Gladstone Inn used to be, where people stopped off for their rest on the way to New Westminster. Kingsway is my main street. Since around 2007, the City of Vancouver seems to have made a project of generating ever-increasing resident oppositions to rezonings for so-called special sites in existing, well-developed neighborhoods. These sites get called special simply because larger parcels of land already exist or have been assembled. Development of these sites always seems to take the form of inorganic, backroom megaprojects whose scale and monotony disrespect the local community. Economy of scale probably does a great deal for the bottom line of a developer. It also produces sterile urban monoculture and serious privatization and degradation of former public space. Only neighbors who have to live long-term with the results really care. But Vancouver residents see again and again that what they think just does not matter. Meanwhile, the developer grabs a quick profit and moves on. One part of the development project is to put together a cohort of shills whose job is to try to offset negative comment from real residents. This enables planners to say, well, we heard this and we heard that, so everything is balanced. Violation of scale has little to do with density and much to do with unnecessary height. Excessive height casts nasty shadows, exacerbates wind effects, isolates tower dwellers from social surroundings, fosters drive to gated community. There's going to be a lot of cars in this development, this high-end development, and gets away with poor ecological performance. Glass towers. Since this mega project sits on Kingsway, I'd like to look up the road to King Edward Village and to 2300 Kingsway at Nanaimo. Promotion of both of those earlier projects took advantage of existing undesirable social conditions. The flea market at the abandoned Safeway, the drunkenness and prostitution at the El Dorado Motel. This project enjoys the clearance produced by a couple of fires. All three of these projects degrade the surrounding pedestrian environment from what it was by requiring increased infrastructure for private automobiles and delivery trucks. The dead heart of King Edward Village shows what we can anticipate at the other two sites. A space where people in automobiles try to get away with surface parking because they do not want to go underground. A space where people on foot inhale exhaust fumes and try to avoid getting run over. The commercial revitalization imagined for King Edward Village has mainly amounted to the recent installation of a very large drive-to Service Canada Centre. 4 years onward, a lot of that too expensive retail space still sits empty. The entire stretch of Kingsway on the south side is a new-built wasteland. TD Bank chose to turn its back to Kingsway. And public realm, you talk about how nice your public realm is going to be. Well, they put in some median planters, and for a year and a half, we've had at least 12 of 21 dead trees there on Kingsway. You put them in, you let them die, and you don't care. I have followed the planning in Mount Pleasant and have attended so many of those meetings and open houses that I have lost count. This is part of my local neighborhood. I oppose this development as presently configured. During the fall election, I heard one of you. One of the vision bloc that still dominates council state at a public meeting that planning in Vancouver is broken. What more can I say? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next up, Suzanne Goldberg, number 14. Suzanne Goldberg. Is Suzanne Goldberg here? Okay, we'll call Michael Mew. And number 15, welcome.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, my name is Michael Mew. I work in the local film industry and I'm an aspiring filmmaker myself. I'm here to speak in support of the Rise development. I was born and raised in East Vancouver, and my family has been here for almost 100 years. There have been many changes since my family first settled here, and it is these changes that have developed Vancouver into one of the most desirable cities to live in. In the summer of 2011, Rise donated their site to Pop-Up Retail and the annual Cheaper Show that showcases over 100 artists, one of the biggest art events of the year. I expressed my congratulations to the artists and Rise for their generosity on their webpage. In return, I only received hateful messages from people opposing development. This, in turn, has encouraged me to voice my opinion on this development. Having clocked hundreds of hours writing at cafes along Main Street, I have met locals and retailers who support the Rise development. I am aware that Council approved 4 controversial projects prior to the election, and I believe that higher density can benefit the city environmentally and economically to this neighborhood. Being a great admirer of architecture, I find the Rise project to be unique. Its play on heights and materials reflect and complement the neighborhood. I love heritage, but believe that with the new, we cherish the past even more. All sides here can agree that the $6.5 million in community contributions should stay within the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. I would like to see the cultural portion of $4.5 million go towards subsidizing art studios for recent graduates of post-secondary students to enable them to further develop their discipline without having the financial pressure to deviate from their education they paid so much for. The Mount Pleasant area has grown to be known as a cool and hip neighborhood. The population influx from the Rise development will provide economic benefit. New patrons of local businesses and restaurants, patrons of the arts and culture, contributing to a lively and diverse neighborhood, a place I would like to live. The site in question is one of 3 sites the Mount Pleasant Community Plan has identified as higher density. I hope, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors will support this project. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you have a question, Councillor Stevenson?
Thanks very much. I didn't quite hear you, so did you say you received hateful comments on?
Yes, on the Rise Facebook page. Basically, I just expressed congratulations to one of the pop-up artists about taking this opportunity to be able to showcase their work, and thanking Rise for giving artists this opportunity. And the feedback I got was that I was being fooled, and anyone who's participating in this pop-up retail experiment were just being fooled into the whole.
Right. That's not really hateful, though.
I felt it was pretty hateful, actually.
Please don't applaud that. But you felt it was hateful comments.
It was a personal attack, yes.
Okay. I've not heard of this before, so that's interesting. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for coming to speak. And next up is Gordon Wasselnuck. And he's followed by number 17, Jim Dreichel. 18 is Woody Coward. And then Dave Jung. Welcome.
My name is Gordon Wasselnuck, and I'm opposed to this application. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 18 years. I'm a homeowner, a member and supporter of Vision, primarily because of your goals of a more livable, greener, and affordable city. This project does not reflect those values at all. And it's not the legacy Vision wants to leave. This building will be your legacy, and people, they'll see it from many vantage points, and it'll be hard to kind of spin it. You know what I mean? I think we're blessed to live in a very beautiful city, and I feel a lot of the planning in the past has been exceptional. Mount Pleasant, it's a little jewel, kind of a hidden secret. And last summer we were out handing out pamphlets on the street. I met people from Europe, I met people from the U.S., and they kept telling me this neighborhood, it's wonderful. It's so interesting, diverse, and I really feel it's important to protect those neighborhoods. I read an article in New York, actually, like the Donald Trumps wanted to put high-rises in neighborhoods like Greenwich Village, and neighbors fought and thankfully won. And I don't know, developers, for most of them, the bottom line is just profit, unfortunately. Not all of them, but a lot of them. This neighborhood, actually, there's many types of people, like middle income, people on low income, people that are wealthy. That's what gives this neighborhood the diversity and the kind of the strength. And a lot of people, most people I've talked to, are afraid of this project destroying the character, uniqueness of our community. The large scale and height proposed does not fit, enhance, or benefit Mount Pleasant. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you have a question? Councillor Jang.
Thank you, Mr. Wasselnuck, for coming. You just started to say why you didn't like the project. So if you can give me some specifics as to what you don't like. Okay. That just, like point form, make it quick, okay. Right? Too high, too low, whatever.
Yeah, it's just massive. It's the scale, the height. It doesn't fit. Like any person, doesn't have to be an architect. Actually, the professor of architecture at UBC said he was shocked, and he would fail any student that would come up with this proposal. He said this at a public hearing.
Who is he?
I can't remember his name, but we were there at the public hearing.
Was he tenured? That's how we gauge in my job.
It's just like this community. It's a historic community. It's like a hidden jewel in the city. This project, the scale, it just doesn't fit.
So what would you like to see then? Okay, I understand.
What would I like to see? I'd like to see, there was an article in the Georgia Straight actually last fall talking about interesting architectures that has been put into Mount Pleasant, where the developers have really done their research, respected the community, really tried to fit in, and I feel that's what we need.
So design considerations
yes.
Certainly haven't been looked at And I know that the proponents have said that that work is yet to be done, because I asked that question on the first night. But certainly this is a theme that keeps coming up, and I just want to make sure I understand.
The scale and the height. That's, almost everybody who attended those public meetings, number one was the height. And there's, I think, other areas of the city where height isn't an issue, but this is an issue. It's a historic neighborhood.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
And Councillor Stevenson, you have a question?
Thank you very much. You remind me, believe it or not, of a speaker who came before us on another project, I think in about 2003, before that council when I was here, and said almost the identical things about, well, this would be your legacy, almost like an albatross or something, right? And the reason was the mass scale and so on. And that was the Shangri-La downtown, which is the tallest building by far. It's huge. I forget what it is now, 80 some odd, 750 feet. It's, enormous. And today you never hear anybody except, downtown that does nothing but praise the building and so on. And also where I live in the West End, it used to be single-family dwelling, but now it's home to thousands more people because taller development came in to handle, and we're still growing.
That's right.
So are you saying that there are certain pockets of the city that should take no height at all and no growth, and just tell the West End to have it or downtown to have it, and that's it?
I think actually, as far as planning,
yes,
it makes the city more interesting, more like look at New York. You know what I mean? I gave that analogy.
Manhattan, you mean?
Yeah, Manhattan. Greenwich Village.
Yeah.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They've kept that small scale because I used to live in Asia, and years ago, actually in the 70s, and I lived in Hong Kong.
Hi.
And it had those interesting neighborhoods, small scale, but now it's just massive towers. Yeah. And I really feel it's become a soulless place, along with Singapore. It's just development.
What about Shanghai?
Yeah, development gone crazy. And the thing is, there's a price. There's a price for that, and I really feel that.
But we do have to put the people somewhere that are coming here. Then they're coming in large numbers, and we can't put up a border and say, "Don't come in." All we've got is low rise.
I understand that, but I think there's other areas of the city that are more conducive to height.
Better suited.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming to speak, Mr. Wasselnick. So, next up is number 17, Jim Dreichel. I hope I have that right. Mr. Jim Dreichel. I see Woodrow Coward in the house, number 18. And he's followed by Dave Jung and Ruth Cherry, Jeannie Kerr. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, I appreciate this opportunity as a 94-year-old senior citizen Please don't charge me for the applause. Resident of Mount Pleasant, to publicly express my opposition to this application to rezone a critical part of Mount Pleasant, which I view as the hub of this great city. The project proposed for this site by Rise Alliance is imaginary in many respects, but unfortunately, it is in the wrong place. My presentation today is mainly about my left foot and Watson Street. Today, I measured the width of its traveled surface. It is exactly 19 times my left foot, which is precisely 12 inches in length when shod, making Watson Street 19 feet wide. The visuals and other artist depictions on the screen and drawings do not accurately depict its actual narrowness. Those are the last statistics you'll hear from me. I too remind Council of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, which was put in place after extensive citizens' consultation and careful scrutiny by city staff and councils. Former councils had the vision, wisdom, and courage to recognize that Vancouver needed, near its geographic center, a unique mix of ethnic and demographic inhabitants from across the economic and social spectrum of this city. Currently, it has such a mix. It has pleasant, safe streets, all providing walking access to shopping and family support services of all types. Ordinary people, with infants in strollers, seniors with canes and walkers, disabled people in wheelchairs, many from low or middle income strata, are comfortable and secure in this environment. It meets the needs of ordinary people and respects the heritage of our past. Mount Pleasant was not always this way. It became what it is today through careful planning and visionary decision-making by previous councils. One of Canada's national newspapers, the Globe and Mail, used the headline, quote, "Mount Pleasant, a walkable hub of diversity," unquote, for a feature article it published on Canada Day in 2011. The high-end character and size of the proposed development will upset the current citizenry mix. It will change forever the most desirable and, I believe, the most essential characteristic of Mount Pleasant. Other people have given you the statistics on traffic. I will not give you any statistics, but I will say this. The proposal will bring into this already busy and complex traffic intersection an unacceptable additional load of private and commercial vehicles. It will place on narrow 19-foot wide historic Watson Street a heavy load of mixed traffic for which it was never designed. Watson Lake may have been designed for horse and buggies and pedestrian traffic, not multi-axle, large commercial and emergency vehicles. The proposal requires all such vehicles entering and exiting this project to do so from Watson Street. It has no other option. Additionally, commercial and emergency vehicles must enter Watson Street from East 10th Avenue, a dedicated cross-city bicycle route. Bicycles and this type of large vehicle use is not a safe mix. I suggest this project's Achilles heel, and this type of large vehicle use is not, I suggest this project's Achilles heel is the traffic issue. And Watson Street, I think it's very important that we pay attention to this issue. Many of these issues have been identified in the transportation analysis prepared by Bunt Engineering, engaged by the developer. Traffic routing changes will be required. I believe the potential traffic problems created by the projects have been identified but underestimated. I recommend councillors examine these aspects of the proposal carefully. Vision. I implore Council to take the long view in considering this proposal. Many, if not all of you, had more than a nodding acquaintance with the word vision. Sooner or later, there will be a cross-city rapid transit system from UBC to New Westminster along the Broadway corridor. I suggest sooner rather than later because of climate degradation and population pressures. The junction of Broadway and Kingsway is a logical site for a major station for such a system. The site covered by this proposal is an ideal for such a station. As such, land not needed for the station itself could provide a much-needed mid-city park. Make it a people area.
Now, Mr. Coward, are you almost done? You're over your time here.
Summary.
Wrap it up. Thanks.
This proposal appears to have many attractive features. The community benefits package and the potential of increasing the tax base from it and surrounding properties. The assessment tax issue is a double-edged sword that drives away those who cannot pay the higher taxes. But I ask the application be rejected, as it will destroy the existing character of Mount Pleasant. It will create a traffic nightmare and safety hazard on a well-used major bicycle route, and it will deny the city the opportunity of restoring a critical site, of reserving a critical site for a future cross-city transport system. It is an imaginative and interesting proposal, but it is simply in the wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Coward, for coming. Appreciate your input. And if there are any other speakers in the 90-plus zone, we certainly welcome you. I'm sure we'd have the grace of other speakers to ask you to come forward if you're way down the list and not waiting. Any volunteers in that department? But thanks for being here, Woody. Next up is Dave. Thank you. Dave Jung is next, number 20. Dave Jung. There's somebody coming here. Dave Jung, no. We'll move on to Ruth Cherry. Ruth Cherry is here. She's followed by number 22, Jeannie Kerr, and then Gail Milner, and then Frederick Jacobson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight in person. I do appreciate that. I've lived in the neighborhood here since 1986, and I appreciate the ambiance and the atmosphere that comprises it. It's composed of really small stores that are operated by either families or individuals, and it is also composed of small homes or 3-story walk-ups, and now 5-story walk-ups or elevators. And I'm thinking that if this 19-story building is allowed, what will occur is inevitably property taxes go up, which means rents go up, and the little stores have to shut down. They're taken over by very impersonal chain stores. Also, the people who have somewhat affordable housing now will have to deal with increased rents, and they have to move. The uniqueness of the neighborhood, which is what has attracted this developer to begin with, is severely compromised. It will also further open the door to more high-rises, as noted by the developers yesterday, and the skyline will become a blight that has become the downtown area, which is where I work. I ask that the Council abide by the spirit of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan and disallow this development. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Jang?
Thank you for coming. Just a quick question for you. As I'm listening to all the speakers, listening to all the pros and cons, and so you're saying, just to make sure I got this right, that the more people will be there, it'll drive the prices up, businesses were closed, but yet I often hear from business people, small business people who own stores, get the bodies down here, we're dying without more people in my shop. I think of Chinatown, for example, that 20 years ago had the highest property taxes because the stores are doing so well, but nobody complained because they were doing so well. So how do I square off, you know, what you're saying might happen in Mount Pleasant? More people will drive prices up, or more people will bring in business and help the stores and all that kind of stuff. So what evidence do you have, one way or the other, just so I'm better informed?
What evidence I have is it's not oodles. I know people who own property. Their property is more valuable now, so their property taxes have gone up. In order for them to pay for the property taxes, they've increased the rent. So this is already happening.
Okay, so if it's a rent for a shop.
For a rent for the shop, so the rent goes up. And so the person has to decide, can I afford to be here anymore? And oftentimes, I mean, you see it happening quite a bit. They have to move out. They have to move further away.
Do you know how many shops have left because the rent has gone up in the last little
while?
In the
lower part, I don't have numbers, no. I've just seen in the lower part that it's happened.
Okay, so if the rent goes up, I mean, just to play devil's advocate a little bit, I'm just trying to understand how this is going on. If the rent goes up because a development's coming and it brings in new families, new people to live and shop there, then doesn't that cover off, you know, you increase your volume of sales every day, you rework your margins, all that kind of stuff. And like I was saying, in Chinatown when it was busy, nobody complained because everybody was doing well.
Yeah.
Do you see that happening as well?
I haven't seen it happening, no.
Because it's not there yet, so I mean, if it's not there.
Not only that.
I don't know, I'm just trying to.
The repercussions are beginning to happen already. Like Rezone is already having troubles. They've actually, from what I understand, have set up a website so that because their rent has gone up so much that they're almost out of business.
So if you have information on this, could you share it with council?
Oh, sure.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions from Councillor Stevenson?
Thanks. Just on the same vein, the value of property has been going up for a long time. It's certainly far more than it was, 40 years ago or 30 years ago or 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. I don't see any way of controlling that or changing that, and businesses will come and go. They ebb and flow like anything else. So I'm not sure we can kind of anticipate that, because I would say that people in Mount Pleasant who own homes are very happy that their property values are going up and up. And
of course they are.
Oh, you're not? Okay, some people are not happy. No, okay, wait. Thank you very much.
Can we have some order, please? And Councillor Stevenson, do you have a question?
Yeah. So, do you see any way to stop that? I mean, some people obviously are not happy that their values are going up, but most people are.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What was the question?
So the question is, you're saying that you're going to find that property values are going to go up, mm-hmm. and therefore businesses are going to go out of business. But I don't see how we stop that, particularly when most people want their property values to go up.
Okay, I'll do I both rented and owned, and my property definitely has gone up. What I'm aware of, though, is if I sell, I can't afford to buy in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
I'd have to move out. But also, what I've noticed closer to Broadway, there's now a Tim Hortons. There's a money changing place. I forget what that's called.
Yeah, Money Mart or something.
Money Mart, yeah. And there's Flight.
Yeah, Flight Center. Yeah. You get your money and then you get on a plane.
And these are more the big box type of stores that can afford a higher rent.
I see.
And as you go further up Main, you have the smaller stores, but as development comes, which it is coming, to the Broadway
For sure.
main area, the rents go up, and so the littler stores, they have to move up or out.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks for coming to speak. And next up is Jeannie Kerr, number 22, Jeannie Kerr, followed by Gail Milner, Frederick Jacobson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. A little bit nervous because I haven't been here speaking in this place before. But really appreciate that you're doing the opportunity and the amount of hours you're contributing to this is, I think, a good sign for broad community input. So thank you for that. I would like to first acknowledge we're on unceded Musqueam territory, and that I think I point that out because it's a fact and because it speaks to us about responsibility. My responsibility as a resident, the builder's responsibility as people who want to come into the neighborhood, and your responsibility to engage with us and protect the interests of everybody. I have lived in Mount Pleasant since 1996. I've owned a home there. I'm not thrilled that my taxes go up because I love my neighborhood and I don't want to leave it. And I just end up paying a significant portion of my in taxes, right? So it's a little bit of a pressure. I'm voting against the proposal by the applicants. I have three main points. First, I think the representation that this is a pedestrian-friendly development is inaccurate. I see this, the only metaphor I can think of is a fort that's being put down. It's a massive structure. It's walled on 10th. It's vehicular nature on Watson Street. And there's some, I'd say, minor sort of engagements for pedestrians on consumer sort of things. But there's no walkways. There's no access for people to really engage with this and be part of the community. It's a fortress place that's being imposed on the community, and it's restricted private space. So the idea that this is pedestrian and integrating in, I think, is false. The responsibility of the builders, I think, should be highlighted in terms of this being the heart of the community. I think the tower itself is following standards set by the Kingsway area, which is fine. I think, you know, there's some debate about it, but the glass and steel kind of structures that go down Kingsway, the semi-industrial nature is Kingsway. But as Kingsway intersects into the heritage heart of the neighborhood, I don't think we should be valorizing that kind of structure as being at the heart of Mount Pleasant, because that doesn't reflect the character of Mount Pleasant. This is not, this big thing will be the focal iconic point of a heritage neighborhood, and it is not architecturally a heritage building at its biggest point. It's really a very industrial looking, and it's dominating. Also this 100-year ideal about you know, we're looking forward. I don't think this is a forward-looking project at all. I think this is these will be one-bedroom and den units that will not be looking at the diversity of the people who want to come to Vancouver and make it their home. There's no consideration for that kind of admittance of families. This is really about making these small units again. This project could have been done 10 to 20 years ago. This is not a forward, this is a backward-looking project. The truck bays, inefficient glass. I think that the architect should have looked more maybe towards Dresden or Heidelberg, where you've got some really interesting things done in the name of trying to keep livability when density is increasing. We know that this is going to be a more dense area. Where's the pedestrian field? Where are we coming away from all of these vehicles? Where do we get the pedestrians, the bicycles, the livability in the density? And I don't see that this project offers anything like that. I think we always have to think about expense and the economics of projects, and it has to be worth it for the developers, and it has to pay off for them. But if you want to fundamentally change the scale and density of the neighborhood, it should reflect the heritage, it should be livable, and it should be beautiful. It should be iconic if you're going to go vastly out of scale. And I think it's somewhat arrogant to have a second-rate plan that compromises continually on the things that are most important. And if you can't afford to do it right, then don't do it and don't approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. And next up is Gail Milner, number 23, followed by Frederick Jacobson, Dean Rossmo, Martin Granitstein.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I was not going to speak after last night. I don't know how you do it. Anyway, I don't have very much to add. The way I feel, I oppose the proposal as it has been proposed. I strongly agree with speakers number 9 and 10. I don't know them, but everything they said is the way I feel about it. I will just make a couple of comments in that I'm trying to get rid of clutter. And if I didn't keep some of this stuff, how would I be able to refer to it? So if you have an answer, please let me know. Pardon? Yeah, okay. The planning program from the open houses, page 25. Any additional height and density would be contingent on further urban design analysis, including shadowing, view impacts, and the look and feel of the area. Here we go with the approved community plan. We've heard it referred to last night and tonight, page 23. Just one small part of this paragraph. New development should distinguish itself from predominant forms of development in other parts of the city. I oppose this planned development because I feel it does not fit in with the intent of the community plan. When I was searching for an apartment 9 years ago, I decided on Mount Pleasant because I felt comfortable in it. I liked the mix of single-family dwellings, low-rise apartment buildings, which were pre-Olympics affordable, independent small businesses and stores. I'm going to skip a lot of what I have written here. Speaking to one of the other speakers about the stores, I like my small stores. I'm concerned that they're going to be able to stay there. I don't want to see the slippery slope and another Robson Street. When I used to visit here years ago, I loved going down the Robson Strasse. I hate it now. I really don't like that. I don't think this is progress. Some thoughts. What I don't understand, when we're talking about building rental housing, we need rental housing. And it's my understanding the intention is to build apartment buildings so that people move in, others move out, and there's apartments available. I'll give you 2 instances that are happening right in my neighborhood, within the 2 blocks. One in the building right next to me. An apartment building, corner of Prince Edward and 14th. Was totally gutted, is in the process of redevelopment. It's enlarged. I think it has an extra story. I didn't investigate the details, but I wonder how the size of the individual apartments and the rents will compare to what they were before the redevelopment. I don't know. Right next door to my building, what seems to be an eviction is taking place. Steps away from both of these sites is a temporary homeless shelter. And I put those 3 things in my head, and I think, where is the progress here? Homelessness, a major issue of this council, doesn't happen overnight. It happens insidiously. And my concern is that having this mammoth building in Mount Pleasant is not going to help us gain affordable rental housing.
Thank you. You have a question, Councillor Louie?
Ms. Miller, thanks for coming this evening. what I heard was that you don't believe the building fits. Can you just describe to me what...
The height primarily.
But not, let me finish the question.
I'm sorry.
What does fit in the neighborhood? Give me some examples. Like there's a number of buildings. We talked quite a bit about the Lee building, and it's when it was built in 19 whatever, quite a few years ago. It stood out. But describe some other buildings in the area that you think fit. Like for just an example, the Stella that was also mentioned this evening, that was built under the C3A the zoning district, and it was approved by the Development Permit Board. I don't think it even came before council for a decision because of a number of different reasons that fit in with what was intended for the area. Those are two examples, but what does fit and what doesn't fit?
Well, you brought up the Stella.
Yes.
I left it out. It was part of my presentation to begin with, so now I'll read it. Recently, I was walking north along Sophia from 30th. And as I walked, I thought, what is that blocking the view of the mountains? What is that? And as I got closer, it was the Stella. So does it fit? I don't know.
Well, that's what
You're asking me what fits.
Yes, so I'm trying to ask.
Well, if we're
is
going
it a yes
higher,
or a no?
I know. Well, Mount Pleasant has been a mix of single family and low-rise apartment buildings. That's why I moved there. So if we need density, we have to do it within a reasonable scale, not some mammoth building. It has to be done reasonably.
So the application is 19, Stella's, I think 13 stories.
I don't know, but I don't think
reasonable?
it really fits.
What's reasonable?
10-ish.
10. Okay.
I'm saying 10-ish, give or take, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Milner. So our next speaker is Frederick Jacobson, number 24, followed by Dean Rossmo, Martin Granatstein. Is Frederick Jacobson here? Okay, well, Dean Rossmo, number 25.
Hello, my name is Dean Rossmo. I'm opposed to this development in its current form. I've never been involved in anything like this before. I'm really impressed with my neighbors, and I'm kind of curious as if something like this has happened before. Is this common that there's this much? Yes? Okay. I think it's disingenuous for Rise to say that they've dropped the height of the building from 27% when really it was only 11% in height. That's gored my ox. And I think that they showed an example of the shadowing that happens on September 21st. That's just the beginning of the dark months. There's going to be 6 more months, and at that point it was just skirting the north sidewalk of Broadway. It would only be worse over the next 6 months. I don't think that was a fair representation of what the 19-story building was going to do to the north sidewalk. Everyone else has said things that I thought about, and thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rossmo. Thanks for coming to voice your opinion. And next up is Martin Granatstein. Sorry if I got it right that time. I did. Followed by Andrew Longhurst. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having us here and letting us speak. It's an honor. Pretty much everybody has said what I was going to say. However, there's a few things, and I was thinking about why there were some questions from the councillors about Mount Pleasant and density. And why is Mount Pleasant all of a sudden become an area where you want to put density? I understand that there's a need for density in the city. I understand that many people are moving here, and I've heard this over and over again. Oh, so many people are moving to Vancouver. We need places to put them. But why Mount Pleasant? Why not farther west, Shaughnessy? For those who live in Shaughnessy. It just seems that you look for the lower, or the rises look for the lowest areas to build in, or developers, and they build these towers. 19 stories is completely out of out of sight for me personally. I can't see anything affordable about it. I see all the suites will be $500,000 or $600,000. Who's going to live there? Basically, I'm against it, and I hope we can work on something that's a little lower, a little more in tune with our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Meggs.
Yeah. Well, you raised an interesting point. Why Mount Pleasant? But I can tell you that since I've been here, we have had density debates in every neighborhood of the city, including Kerrisdale, and we had one Dunbar about a seniors residence and so on. But if I was to go to other neighborhoods, what would you say I should tell them if we didn't do density here? Why not Mount Pleasant? I mean, it's fair enough to object to the amount and the type and everything, but do you think?
Well, why not? It's only because we have taken on some now. We already have taken on with the Stella, with the other buildings on Kingsway and 12th. They're still building buildings.
You've seen a deterioration since those developments went in?
No. I mean, they're fine. They're not bad. But I mean, spread it out. Okay. I mean, all the way down Main Street, you have development after development after development. The whole Olympic Village area. Where does it stop? And I'd liken this building to a giant tree. It's going to grow up. You're going to build this building, and a seed's going to fall. And that seed's going to fall onto the mall area, and there'll be another tall building there. And that seed's going to fall across the street, and another tall building. So it's going to end up like the Yaletown area, which is dense, and I know a lot of people who live there who hate living there now, because it's not friendly, it's not family, it's cold and dense. So I don't know, spread out the high rises or the density, spread it out all over the city, everywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meggs. A question from Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just actually following up on the same vein. To begin with, I would disagree with you about Yaletown. I think it's a fabulous place. I have all sorts of friends who love it there, who moved there purposely. And whenever we have a public hearing here on Yaletown, they come out in large numbers.
Questions, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah. Same with West End, but we have developed lately Arbutus. Shaughnessy has got that 57th and Granville that just went ahead. So again, kind of the same. I don't see.
Are they out of scale though? This seems to be very out of scale.
Oh, they're very large. I mean, those public hearings had as many, if not more, people coming and saying, no, put it in Mount Pleasant or put it somewhere else. Don't put it here. So,
and here we are.
Do you think we should just halt on this with Mount Pleasant and say no, or do you?
I think you should downscale it. I think we should just think of something a little less dense, a little less.
How less? How much would downscale?
Size.
Would you agree with 10 stories?
10.
Yeah, 10, did you say? Going once?
Yeah. 7.
Okay, thanks.
10 stories at a regular floor height, not 10 stories with 25-foot ceilings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming to speak. Our next speaker is number 27, Andrew Longhurst. And Andrew Longhurst here. Okay, Kevin Williamson, 28, is next up. Is Kevin Williamson here? Not here. 29, Carol Van Camp. Here comes Carol Van Camp. So I'm gonna say at 8:30 we take a 5-minute bio break, and then I'm gonna just check in with council while we're on that quick break to get a sense of timing and extending beyond our 10 p.m. So I can give people an indication. Maybe if we could get an indication from council now about what time we go until, then before we take a break, we can let everyone know roughly where we're going to get to in the speakers list. We want to decide this now? Okay. A motion to extend to 11. We'll commit to that, and we'll move that motion when we get to the 10 p.m. closing time. How about that? We can do it now. A motion to extend to go until 11 p.m. this evening. Moved by Councillor Deal. And any debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So I'll just do a quick calculation while Carol Van Camp is speaking, and before we take a break, I'll give a sense for where we'll get to by 11 p.m. on the speakers list. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Robertson and Council. I'm going to take your advice, Mayor, and eliminate some of the things I was going to say, because so many people speaking against this proposal have said it very eloquently, and I would support everything that they've said. I'm really impressed with the people that have spoken tonight. But I do have some points I want to make. I want to say that I've lived in Mount Pleasant since 1974, and since I've just recently retired, I'm looking forward to spending far more time in the community. So it's extremely important to me. And let you know that I'm not against increased density, the homes and the amenities and the vibrancy that come with it. And I support the Mount Pleasant Community Plan in recognizing the Rise Development Site as one of 3 locations for higher density. And I respect the work that has been done by our city planning staff and those working for the Rise Corporation on this project. And I'm not afraid to invite new residents into our community. But I do have some concerns about this proposed rezoning. I can't quite wrap my head around the mass, the height and the density of this project. The 19-story tower that's at 215, and which actually is closer to 23 stories, which has been mentioned before. The 9-story on Broadway, the 5 on Watson, and the 5 on Kingsway. I'm probably like most of the people that have been looking at this project and are concerned about it, been spending about the last year wandering around the city counting stories on all the buildings and looking up. You sort of get obsessed with that to get a feel for what it would be like. Mount Pleasant is growing by leaps and bounds at this time, and I believe that we're accepting our responsibility for providing increased density in Vancouver. One of the last speakers mentioned what's been built up along Broadway and Kingsway. I don't believe that we're obligated to simply accept a doubling of the FSR and a doubling of the height on this property. In return for the privilege of building within Mount Pleasant, the Mount Pleasant Community Plan asks the Rise Corporation to, among other things, create an iconic landmark building. The developers are asked, and the city is asked, to seek distinguished new development in Mount Pleasant from development in Mount Pleasant that's distinguished from predominant forms in the rest of the city in ways that respond to the unique social, economic, and physical qualities of the neighborhood. We're a very diverse and eclectic community with the emphasis on community. I do not believe that this development honors this request. I want a new heart that resonates with the old, a local distinctiveness whose scale relates to the community. I want this development to have what they call a spirit of place, to be the best it can possibly be. I think we deserve that. For me right now, I cannot support the rezoning proposal. The design of the development does not outweigh the sheer mass, density, and height that's requested. I ask you to reject this proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Van Camp, for coming to speak. So we get one more speaker in before a quick break. Brendan Caron, speaker number 30, is here.
Your Honor, Council members, I'd like to preface what I'm going to say by I got here early and 2 of the council members came in and they looked over here to the developing team and waved at them like they're old buddies, right? And they all waved back. So I just want to get that out in the open. You, the council, if you accept the proposal, are creating a situation here wherein the ordinary people in Mount Pleasant will be forced to move from the community because the housing market in the area will become no longer affordable. This lack of affordability will come about because of the premium living accommodations offered by Rise. Other developers will clamor for the same exception to the rules, which will cause an increase in the value of the properties in the surrounding vicinity wrought by land speculation. This in turn will raise the rents in the area, forcing those people and families living on the edge of financial viability, more commonly known as living from paycheck to paycheck, to move out of their no longer affordable homes. There is also the perspective of prevarication that is a trademark of Rise. Building models from architectural plans are not made to scale so as to make it look as if there is a perfect fit of this oversized edifice into the proposed area. This alone is reason enough to deny this zoning application. Submitting false or skewed information to the city in the pursuit of zoning changes should be seen for what it is: false information meant to mislead council into making a positive outcome for the developer. Another fact in the trail of duplicity that marks Rise is the accumulation of names and email addresses purportedly for Rise being able to gain approval of this zoning. People were enticed into their premises by the use of a sign on their building that stated that they were a community center. Using this guise, the developers were able to get the names and numbers which they forwarded to the city. This created the illusion that the developers had substantial backing in the community. Due to the privacy protocols of dealing with citizens doing city business, there is no way to corroborate that these individuals actually exist or agree with the zoning plans that have changed since their first being led by this ruse into signing for the project. Furthermore, these kinds of numbers also set in motion a mindset in the city planning employees that there is greater approval for this project in numbers than there are of those of legitimate citizen sign-ups that are opposed to the project. This duplicity can go under the radar because there is no verification of the authenticity of these alleged backers. Through the use of this dubious information, the city workers will advise, as it is their duty, the council to look favorably...
Sir, I'm just going to caution you on some of the language you're using. Our staff aren't in a position to defend themselves, and I don't want you to be ascribing motives to our city staff in the situation.
They will... Okay, they will tell you to go ahead and do this project because in their reasoning, it's good. They've accepted at face value that they have gotten these petitions or whatever has been signed. Okay. Then there is the fact that the developer is offering the city some $6.5 million for the community of Mount Pleasant. This money is being offered to a city that is broke and desperate for money to help defray costs. Thanks to the developers, Vancouver and its residents are being forced to pay for Olympic Village, a financial disaster brought about by developers not living up to their word, a financial disaster by which all the other developers are then able to force the city into capitulating to their wishes and whims for their profits, while they are not caring a whit as to the destruction of the community and displacement of its citizens. The money is a bribe to get the city to overlook the many bylaws which will be contravened with this project's acceptance. At the corner of Woodland and Broadway is a new building that was constructed under the guidelines of community planning, which has moved it from a one-family dwelling to a building that will house 8 families in 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units. It welcomes, as we do, people into the community that shares the values of welcoming new families into the community. This building was not built as high as it could have been, and yet it is still a profitable venture using local materials and enhancing employment within BC businesses and suppliers. This is the type of building that we want to see constructed in our community. We do not want to see the Mount Pleasant community destroyed by the proposed megalith called Rise. This project and others like it will do nothing but engender the loss of this neighborhood character, which is Mount Pleasant, a community of homes for families and children. Finally, what is not taken into consideration at all is a disruption and upheaval which will be foisted onto the local businesses that will be forced out of the market through attrition and replaced by those businesses that are to be included in the developer's plans. In conclusion, let's not forget that Mount Pleasant has been immortalized in a movie called Mount Pleasant, which points out and stresses to the world of moviegoers that we are a family-oriented community focused on keeping it safe and comfortable for all the citizens that live, work, and play here. Mayor Gregory Robertson,
please wrap it up. You're over.
Hey?
You're over your time. If you could wrap up one sentence, please.
I have two questions for you. On February 11, you invited Councillor Shelley Carroll of Toronto to join you for a lunch meeting with a number of your vision architects. I would like to know if this lunch meeting is your way of showing Councillor Carroll that in Vancouver you have all the bases covered. Are you pretending that you are listening to the pleas from the citizens of Mount Pleasant while at the same time trying to convince onlookers that your team will get the city out of debt by selling off its real estate capital and giving
So you're well over your time.
Okay,
you have a question from Councillor Meggs.
Got you guys.
First of all, I can assure you the city's not desperate or broke, but are you aware that the money provided in community amenity contributions goes back to the community?
Is supposed to go back
to
the community.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're aware of that. That's my only question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Caron.
You didn't answer my question.
Not pertinent to the merits of the application. So we are going to take a short break now. I was going to say 5 minutes. I'm going to say 10 minutes firm. We will start in 10 minutes. And just so everybody knows, we've just completed speaker number 30. So we come back with Riley Wood, who's speaker 31. If we go till 11 p.m. tonight, roughly, I'd say we might hear from the next 30 speakers. It could be 20 and it could be 35, depending on the length of people's submissions and whether everyone's here. So we may get up into the 60s in terms of numbers that we hear from tonight. If we get beyond, we'll obviously hear from anyone who's here before 11 if we move faster through the list. But and for those who need to leave, 6 p.m. on Thursday is when we will reconvene. We will recess at 11 p.m. tonight, and we'll come back Thursday night at 6 p.m., pick up wherever we've left off on the speakers list. Okay? So we'll see. We'll recess for 10 minutes, back at 8:45. Okay, if I could ask councillors to take their seats, and members of the public. Okay. So we're ready to reconvene this public hearing, and Madam Clerk, you have a clarification before we start back in with speakers?
Yes, just with regard to the correspondence received since yesterday, only one of the petitions I mentioned in support was received since 5 yesterday. The other 2 were actually received prior to that. So the actual new support is 4 letters in support and the petition with 467 names since yesterday at 5.
Okay, thank you for that. So we are on speaker number 31. That would be Riley Wood, who's here. I understand Kevin Williamson, who was 28, is here and was in the bathroom when his number was called, or somewhere out there. So we'll have him, we'll sub him in as he just missed that call. And I understand we have a very pregnant speaker number 58. Caitlin, are you here somewhere? Okay. Caitlin Jones. So we'll maybe we ask you to step up and speak, given your circumstances.
Praying on that, but I'll take it so that I don't have to.
Okay.
My name is Caitlin Jones, and I'm the Executive Director of the Mount Pleasant-based Artist Run Center, the Western Front. For those of you who don't know us, we were established in 1973 and are one of Canada's leading centers for contemporary art and new music. Through our program, the Western Front has continued to be a crucial platform for interdisciplinary and experimental art practices in Canada and internationally for almost 40 years. Located at 303 East 8th, we are kitty corner to the proposed Rise development and will be firmly in its shadow, physically and metaphorically. We oppose this project on the basis of one specific element, and this is the city's decision to revisit its original commitment to a dedicated 9,200 square foot cultural space and rental housing within the Rise development, instead replace it with a one-time $6.25 million community amenity contribution. Of this 6.25, as we've heard tonight, the 4.5 million is to be directed towards a yet undefined cultural use within the neighborhood, and 1.75 million to be directed towards affordable housing funds. As a long-standing and beloved arts institution within this city, and specifically within the Mount Pleasant community, in fact, our image was used within the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. We want to voice our concerns that there seems to be no due process in place for how this $6.25 million will be allocated. The cultural life of Mount Pleasant is, as we know it, already very vibrant and very rich, and this is because of the multiple existing cultural institutions that are already in the neighborhood, of which the Western Front is only one. Within the context of redeveloping this neighborhood, there is a need to ensure that not only these institutions be supported, but equally important that their constituents, the artists, musicians, and audiences are also supported within Mount Pleasant as well. This means exhibition space, artist studio space, and affordable housing. $6.25 million could certainly provide ample opportunity to support, but only if artists, arts professionals who work and live within Mount Pleasant are an active part of this process. These constituents are why the neighborhood is promoted as a cultural hub for the City of Vancouver. We made this community what it is. Allocating this money in consultation with the existing cultural institutions and the city's Department of Cultural Services, not as backroom deals between developers and the planning department. This city has an opportunity to do more than pay lip service to the idea of a creative economy and a creative city. So as a representative of the Western Front, and that if this deal indeed goes through, and actually even if it doesn't, that money allocated through this CAC process is allocated according to due process in consultation with cultural services and with absolute transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jones. And thank you again for bringing up the Western Front. I know the great service that you have done to artists and to the community. I just want to make sure that I've got this straight, that it is not RISE that has chosen to remove the artist studios. So that staff confirms that for me, it's not RISE. But that money, which I think is, in terms of the artist studio money, is about $4.5 million, the rest for housing. Could you perhaps just give us some idea of what you feel would be appropriate in the neighborhood to replace those studios, or given that amount of money, that $4.5 million, how could it best be spent to benefit the most artists or in the best possible way?
$4.5 million, so I didn't even really know how to conceive of how much I could do with that amount of money. No, I mean, there's like 6 long-standing artist-run centers in the direct neighborhood. There is artist studios that were burnt down where the RISE development is. There's artist studios that exist at the corner of Kingsway and where Main and Kingsway come together. We need to make sure that artists can continue to live in these buildings. There's a building on the corner of 7th and Scotia. I don't know exactly what it's called. It's just been built, and that there was some kind of cultural amenity space that was supposed to be built in there, and artist studios, but no one's really sure what those look like or how affordable they are. So the city needs to make a commitment to actually providing actual subsidized low income, or not necessarily, I won't talk about housing, that's not my area of expertise, but spaces for artists to work. The Western Front, I can only speak for the Western Front. The Western Front is a privately owned organization. The building is privately owned, and the owners of that building have been providing the Western Front with way below market rent for the past 40 years, and they have never received anything. In fact, they get a lot of grief from the city for that process. So a certain portion of that money could help transfer, for example, the Western Front from a privately owned entity into a publicly owned entity. The Western Front Society could potentially use some of that money to buy its own building and make sure that that space stays a public artist-run center for another 40 years. I mean, these are just some examples. And there's, Vivo, which is down the hill on Main Street, the Grunt Gallery. There's a New Music Society, Music on Main. There's just so many cultural institutions that are already doing incredible programming in that neighborhood with artists working in that neighborhood and internationally, that we don't need to invent anything new. These people are there. They're experts in their field.
That's what I'm trying to find out, and you've given us some excellent ideas. So your suggestion is that, looking at that money, that a committee be struck of the people in the neighborhood that work in the arts, that would be able to perhaps suggest innovative ways to apply those funds.
Sure, and the City of Vancouver already has the means with which to do that. The Cultural Services Department knows all of these institutions intimately. We work together very closely already through our granting processes. The city gives a lot of these institutions money already, so we're not reinventing the wheel. These systems are already in place to make suggestions, to offer ideas as to how that money could be spent.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you for coming in.
Councillor Louie, question.
Yes. If I heard you correct, you did support the project?
No, I'm opposed to the project unless we get some assurance from the city. I don't really know.
Now you're opposed, but you did support the project at some point in time?
No.
No, okay.
I don't know how to say I oppose or disagree, sorry.
You don't want the project to proceed right now?
I don't want the project to proceed unless there's safeguards in place for how that CAC money is going to be spent in a transparent and open way with consultation with the
But you would
community.
support then if there was some language that we could embed into this proposal to create some transparency and assure that the money was allocated?
Well, I'd have to see what that language was and what that proposal was before. I don't want to commit myself to saying that at this point.
You would hypothetically commit to to support if we could hypothetically create the language that you could support. How's that? Hypothetically speaking.
I'm not doing it. No comment.
So there's nothing that we can do to get you to support this?
I think this points to a systemic problem in the city, which is the city. I think the city is, I don't want to be. It's that we're saying we're a city of arts and culture. We need to safeguard. We need to put our money where our mouth is and make it a city of arts and culture.
That's what I'm trying to determine right now. There is potentially $4.5 million available if this development proceeds. In order for it to proceed, then council needs to vote for it, and then we need to go about an exercise to create language that would allocate to perhaps all those things that you've just described in some fashion to support within the Mount Pleasant community art and culture type initiatives. But until we get past this phase, we'll never get to writing of that language or allocating of any monies, and that's why it's a either we do it or we don't kind of scenario. And I'm trying to look for a solution to keep us moving if in fact it makes sense for us.
Right. I mean, I can understand that question, but I think that the Rise developer, it's in this particular instance, I think we need to know, we need to have, I can't say yes or no, do I support it, do I not support it?
The proposal from the Rise developer was to have artist space within his development. Would you support the development with the artist space within the development?
As it was at the time?
Yes.
When it was 26 stories with the whatever, I would not have supported it because of the height, simply because of the height of that building.
And if it was 19 stories with artist space, with no cash contribution, let's say?
I feel uncomfortable being forced.
Yeah, you're under no obligation to answer questions from council.
I don't really feel like this is what I'm here to say.
It's totally optional for you to answer the questions.
I sort of don't feel like that's appropriate. It's not my area of expertise. What I'm saying is if this money is on the table, then we need to have a plan in place for how to do it, and not even specifically how that money is going to be spent, but that there's a commitment from the city that this is going to be openly and transparently dealt with, that the developers are going to be held accountable to giving exactly what they said they were going to be given.
Well, the developer would give the cash and then the city would then undertake the process. That's what I'm understanding from staff, is that that's the intention. If we do, in fact, approve of this, the money would come, the city would then set the process. We've got the money, and then it's up to us to set the process on how to distribute it, and that would, the intention, as it is here, to have an open process on setting it so that it's fair and equitable and transparent.
Okay. I don't know if that was a question.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a question either.
But I'll go to Councillor Deal. It's next on the queue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. I don't know if you were here, was it last night? But I asked the same question, is what is the process for making sure that we don't lose this opportunity if we approve of this project? And I have to tell you that I'm prone to completely agree that it needs to be transparent and include community input. But you said something that interested me a lot, and it has to do with our commitment to create new artistic space. I'm hearing both things from various people in the artistic community. One is nail down the space we have now by buying it and making sure that we can commit to having it be owned by the city and therefore have some security that we'll retain in the cultural realm. The other is create new. If that $4.5 million appears, do you have a preference for whether or not we commit to retaining existing space or creating new, whether it's using existing city buildings or buying space in existing buildings that's cheaper than buying space in a new building? Or those are the kinds of decisions that we're likely to be faced with.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. I don't know whether the city needs to be in the business of buying up new spaces to provide culture. I think the studio is a really good way that the city can support the way that they've done it with the number of studio spaces and live work spaces that they offer to artists every year. I think there's 3 or 4 every 2 years.
There are 9 now, but yeah,
there's 9.
It's still a small number.
I mean, I can't speak so broadly to that. I can speak to the Western Front in specific, which is that we don't, we're a 40-year-old institution with a foundation and an endowment and all these things, and we don't necessarily want the city to buy the Western Front building. We're capable of doing that with grant money, with leveraging various other partners, of which the city would certainly be a partner in that kind of thing. But the idea would that be, this is an artist-run space, this is an artist-driven initiative, this is run by a responsible board of directors, and this is done in cooperation with the city rather than it being driven by owned by the city and managed by the city.
And you've been great partners in helping us pilot some new ideas around that kind of relationship. So if we get to that point where there is $4.5 million on the table and we have a transparent and open policy, I would really love to engage a conversation about whether nailing down existing space with security or creating new space, it would be a priority. So I look forward to that conversation.
Yeah, I do too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Meggs, do you have a question?
Thanks for coming, Ms. Jones. But I understand your qualms about the building generally, but in terms of the arts allocation, it seemed to me that you listed off a number of people like yourself and the other artist-run spaces and so on who could come up with many excellent ways to spend a sum of money like this. So you don't agree at all, I take it, that the city's necessarily picked the best way if it was sticking with the studio space. I mean, it sounds to me like provided it's transparent and inclusive in terms of a process, you would prefer to have the artists of the neighborhood and other stakeholders decide how to spend the money if it's there, as opposed to just having it done straight at rezoning. You follow what I'm saying?
I'm not quite sure that I do.
Would you rather have if this project is approved, the city could require studio space, as Councillor Jones pointed out. Or it could say, we would rather have cash and go through a process with the wider community to find the best use of those funds, which could be over years or for certain projects or whatever. So are you sympathetic to the idea that provided it's transparent and inclusive a process, that it's better to take cash in such a situation? Understanding you got qualms about the project generally, but...
Well, I just think who better to decide what's good for the cultural life of the community than the people who built the cultural life of the community, many of which are still there, that are still working in that community. So
I take that as a yes.
Is it better to have a new space in the Rise building or better to have $4.5 million? I'm sure if I really thought about it, I could come up with a great pro and con list for both. I can't do that right now, I'm afraid.
That's fair enough. Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming to speak.
Thank you for letting me speak early.
And thanks to speakers for enabling that. And we will go to, so Riley Wood I had called as the next speaker after the break. And then we'll go to Kevin Williamson and then 32 Karen Sang. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Riley Wood, and I live in Mount Pleasant, just 2 blocks from the proposed development. I'd like to express my strong support for this project and others like it in the neighborhood. Vancouver desperately needs more housing, and building more housing units is by far the best way to put downward pressure on market prices. If this project isn't built, the 240 potential buyers will just bid up the price on other housing in Vancouver, driving even more young people like me out of the city. I've heard a lot of complaints here tonight about the height of the proposed tower, but these just don't seem warranted to me. For decades now, almost 50 years, the West End has shown that taller buildings are completely compatible with the high quality of life in Vancouver. It's also worth noting that Mount Pleasant has incredible transit service. This development will be served by 5 different buses, and there are 2 SkyTrain stations just a 10-minute walk away. It's hard to think of a more appropriate location for a residential tower, especially when considering Vancouver's greenest city objectives. I would especially like to urge Councillor Carr to keep this in mind. I would find it shocking if a Green Party member would have pushed new housing development away from transit corridors. In closing, I'd just like to urge you to please accept the expert recommendations of your planning staff and the Urban Design Panel by approving this project. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thanks for coming to speak. And next up is Kevin Williamson.
Evening, Mayor, City Councillors, fellow speakers. I live in Mount Pleasant, and I'm strongly opposed to this rezoning application. I first visited Mount Pleasant 25 years ago when it was home to the Vancouver Fringe Festival. 12 years ago I moved here, 7 years ago I became a Canadian citizen, and 6 years ago I bought a home in Mount Pleasant. You could say I have a lengthy connection with Mount Pleasant. The Mount Pleasant Community Plan does not have a lengthy connection with Mount Pleasant and was only adopted by City Council on November the 18th, 2010, less than 2 years ago. Yet this is the plan which lays out a vision for the future of Mount Pleasant, which includes developments like the one being discussed at this public hearing. Not only does the Mount Pleasant Community Plan encourage a large development at the Rise Alliance site, but it also encourages similar development at two other sites, the IGA site on Main Street at 14th Avenue and the Kingsgate Mall site on Broadway, where it encourages a greater height and density than is currently permitted by the city's own zoning system. There is no provision within the Mount Pleasant Community Plan to discuss these as possibilities. They are stated as facts contained within the plan itself, and I'd like to suggest that it's the plan which is responsible for the huge divergence in public opinion regarding the developments for the Rise Alliance site. In questions asked last night after the initial presentations were made to Council, one of the councillors made reference to the contentious nature of the proposed height of the new development. I believe the local community has made its opinions very clear on this matter. At 215 feet, we feel the proposed tower is too high, much too high. We signed a petition expressing our desire for the current height restrictions to be respected. Another councillor referred to the issue of trust. Well, having made our opinions very clear, we're still here talking about a 215-foot high glass tower which we don't want. You could say that our trust in the developer's plans, the response of the city's planning department to these plans, and to the whole process of the planning process itself has not been earned. But how could our trust be earned when City Council has adopted a plan for the future of Mount Pleasant, which few, if any, residents were consulted about? My understanding is that the Mount Pleasant Community Plan was the brainchild of Peter Birch, who I believe is sitting here, a planning analyst in the City of Vancouver's planning department. Another member of the planning department outlined last night how efforts were made to consult the residents of Mount Pleasant in the design process for the plan. A couple of speakers have mentioned their affiliation with groups involved in the consultation process, and one of the councillors directly asked if RAMP was involved in the consultation process, to which the answer was yes, but actually that's impossible because RAMP didn't come into existence until after Council adopted the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. I'd like to think that if the people involved in the consultation process had been presented with a direct question regarding this sort of proposal, and in particular the height, that you would have had a very different reception to the plan than it has now got, and obviously has now been accepted by Council. Let me try and get back to where I was in my thoughts. I'm a long-time resident in Mount Pleasant, and I was completely unaware that a plan was being devised to shape the future of the community in which I live. If I had been aware, I would have liked to be involved. I'd like to be involved now, but I feel as if I've missed the boat and all the important decisions have already been made. Both the developers and the city's planning department are using the Mount Pleasant Community Plan to justify the current proposal at the Rise Alliance site, including the extra height and the extra density. Any concerns about the proposed height or density or affordability of the development are deflected by using the Mount Pleasant Community Plan as a defence. But what if I don't agree with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan? What if the majority of residents of Mount Pleasant don't agree with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan? Is it all a foregone conclusion now that the City Council has adopted the Mount Pleasant Community Plan? At what point do the current residents of Mount Pleasant, not the future residents, but the current residents, at what point do we get a say in the plans for the future of our own community? Councillor Meggs is trying to get to the heart of what's really important here. Is it height versus affordability? Is it ownership versus rental? I'd like to suggest that what the majority of residents speaking here want is to be involved in the process of deciding how their community is going to evolve in the future. The consultation process for the Rise Alliance development has had ample opportunities to take on board the views of local residents, but at every turn they have been ignored. I hope that City Council will listen to the views being expressed at this public hearing and acknowledge the recurring theme of failure in the public consultation process is a valid concern which needs to be addressed right now.
Next, we have a question from Councillor Stevenson. No, that's left from before. Okay. Thanks for coming to speak. The next speaker is Karen Sang. And she's followed by number 33, Marjorie Duda, number 34, Donald Skinner, and number 35, Aruj Gamuchian. Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to know when I hit the 4-minute mark. Mayor, councillors, developers, neighbors, I'm opposed to this project as it now stands. I have lived and worked in Mount Pleasant since 1986. I moved here from North Delta. My mother is also from this area, so we have a long-standing history with Vancouver as a family. I spent the last 3 years advocating about a pool. And although I'm not here about this pool today, it was really hard to come here. Because I'm not experiencing democracy in the city I live in. I'm not experiencing democracy in the province. I'm not experiencing democracy in my country. I've lived in the third world. I've lived in places that didn't have democracy. This is really starting to feel like that. I this morning was listening to Douglas Rushkoff, an American intellectual, and he was talking about the 400-year trend of separating those who are the deciders from those who live in an area. And he said something like this: the doing of stuff at a remove, from afar, at a distance, in a disconnected fashion, allows us to act in unethical ways, in ways we wouldn't if we were living face to face in the same community. If you were my neighbor and lived beside me and we had street parties, we wouldn't do that to each other if we were neighbors, if you lived in my community. How many of you live in my community? I live at 11th and Fraser. I'm not anti-development. I'm not anti-growth. I'm not even anti-density. I am anti this development at the corner of 10th, Broadway, Watson, Kingsway. Come on up to my neighborhood and develop. You did not see me here saying that you couldn't do the Broadway Resource Youth Center. You didn't see me here, even though that will obliterate my views. I'm the sister that you have that you don't understand, because I really don't care about the multi-million-dollar deals I can do. I care about the people I pass in the street who are cold. I care about people who aren't driven by money as much as I care about my relatives who are. This project destroys something at the heart. I have no issues with development personally up Kingsway. I don't even care if you do the IGA site. But this little place is the heart. It is the beauty of our community. It echoes back to the horses and carriages. It tells us where we come from as a city. The language of city staff, we hope that will happen. It is in our best intents. That does not inform me that you're working for me. The person who pays your taxes for your wages. Bob Rae, when he took power as an NDP, acknowledged afterward that it was impossible, comparatively speaking, to be the guy who made the decisions versus the guy who was in opposition. He said, every time I went to implement one of my promises, the banks came to me. We'll sink your economy. Well, I say that it is time for us to consider more than money. For us to consider people who need affordable houses, the people who have lived in my neighborhood the last 30 years who may not be strictly driven by the market. Affordable housing, reasonable sizes in the dead center of a beautiful community where people are on the streets. I am one of a vocal group, not a small vocal group, as was denigrated earlier. A group of people who have been to every meeting, who have stated very clearly that this is not you hearing us. This is not you hearing us, that we value this plot of land. I ask you to sell that land. Sell that land if you don't want to hear us. We don't want you. If you can't hear us ask you for reasonable development, if you can't do your job and represent the people also, not just the buck, represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, and Marjorie Duda is next.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Marjorie Duda, and I do not wish to speak in support or in opposition to this rezoning proposal this evening. I would like to speak to the proposed community amenity contribution from this rezoning application. I am here representing only myself and not as a representative of any of the community organizations that I belong to. A City of Vancouver community webpage lists over 100 proposals that are currently in the application process or have been approved for rezoning or development in Mount Pleasant. The residential projects listed contain a total of at least 3,200 dwelling units, representing approximately 6,000 new residents in the Mount Pleasant area. This particular development would add 350 to 450 of those approximate 6,000 new residents. Mount Pleasant is one of the fastest growing communities in Vancouver. The current unprecedented increase in density justifies increasing the available public amenities, not simply maintaining them, and certainly not reducing or eliminating them. The most significant loss of community amenity in Mount Pleasant that comes to mind for me is the demolition of Mount Pleasant Outdoor Pool, which was demolished along with the old Mount Pleasant Community Centre at 3161 Ontario Street. A new community centre was rebuilt at number 1 Kingsway, but the pool, which was an institution in the community since 1967, was not replaced. One of the non-residential projects that has been approved and is in the redevelopment process right now is Mount Pleasant Park. The concept design that was approved by Park Board on November 1st, 2010 allows for the future development of an outdoor pool and change rooms as such time that funds become available. The approved park plan will provide an ideal recreational opportunity for thousands of Mount Pleasant residents who no longer have access to outdoor swimming opportunities. The increase in density around the Mount Pleasant Park site, as well as the anticipated increase in park usage, will require the availability of public washrooms. The design of the outdoor pool and the pool house can provide this necessity for park users. If this rezoning application is approved, Mount Pleasant Outdoor Pool should certainly be one of the projects that goes to public consultation for the allocation of the CAC. Whether or not this rezoning application is approved, I urge City Council to work with Park Board and the community to find opportunities through the availability of the many CACs and other funding opportunities to fund the replacement of Mount Pleasant Pool as per the Mount Pleasant Park Master Plan. Thank you.
Right, thank you for coming. Thanks. No questions. And next up is Donald Skinner, number 34. Donald Skinner. Okay, we'll move to Varouj Gamuchian, and followed by 36 Jandy Bassett and 37 Annabelle Vaughn.
Thank you, Your Honor and councillors. My name is Varouj Gamuchian. I'm an architect, and I've been living in the area for quite a while, probably over 30 years. Involved quite a bit with the community, livable laneways. I was involved with a lot of proactive community participants. I was just going to start my presentation with a quotation from Jane Jacobs, pretty well-known planner. She says, she goes like this: cities need old buildings so badly, it's probably impossible for rigorous streets and districts to grow without them. For really new ideas of any kind, no matter how ultimately profitable or otherwise successful some of us Some of them might prove to be there is no leeway for such chancy trial, error, and experimentation in the high overhead economy of new construction. Old ideas can sometimes use new buildings, but new ideas must use old buildings. So obviously, I'm opposed at the development proposal. We all know that the East is becoming trendy, inhabited by creative types, some quirky, some inspired, some eccentric, and a lot of intelligent people in the area, possibly financially compromised, but for the most part passionate about the community we live in. What is attractive about the area will be diminished, and when the integrity and identity of the community is reduced with well-intentioned, upscaled improvements, urban spaces don't fit in, this may lack the unique character that's serving the local function. The development will ultimately create a rupture and class distinction. Even architects are migrating in this area with the highest number of artists per square meter. These people have used their imagination, and the area is not depressed. Mount Pleasant is fine as it is. Attractive and dynamic as is. With a little improvement on the old sites, good coffee places and new independent shops have sprung up. It has a certain charm and nice class mixture. People cannot afford the high prices. The ethos of the downbeat scene with upbeat pockets attracts bourgeoisie who are already extolling the virtues of the neighborhood. This provocation of the local community with such proposals has locals left behind. This trend to eliminate local production, to eliminate art spaces, will displace the arts community. The existing building shed is ideal for studios. There are many examples of well-integrated community plans. Other cities seem to be successful. Ottawa, there's the Glebe. Toronto, multiple examples. France, they're doing beautiful developments within existing kind of overlapping modern ideas with traditional thought. So what's happening to this edgy, interesting, and dynamic area has a lot of ambience. Short personality of the neighborhood, whereas some reform movements can support the enhancement of this community. Save and use those elements that are enduring as we move forward. This is just plain insightful and wise community planning. The proposed development, as it stands, would rupture the fabric. The population includes a large array of professionals who have integrated into this area. The new residents will, with their pockets, shut out the sight from the seedy, sickly, and the ugly. Does a new, well-designed arcade, when you open the door, have the same feeling as a grotty alleyway that's parallels at the Lee Building? The character is not the same. The financial scene seems to be regulating the new discovered areas. So I guess I can go on a few more steps that was repeated, but I think the key here is to kind of be proud of what we have. One thing I'm involved in is the 100th anniversary of the Lee Building and the Quebec Manor, and this week actually is the deadline we're proposing with the city. We're creating a Heritage Week, July 12th to 17th, for the neighborhood. And by the mere process of being involved in this proposal, we're just realizing how precious. I mean, we have a lot of creative people there, so I urge you to really reconsider this application. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. And we'll look forward. Thanks for the heads up on the 100-year dates this summer. So next up, 36, Jandy Bassett. 37, Annabelle Vaughn. 38, Sandra Todd. 39, Dr. Joel Parker. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'd like to express my opposition to this development in its current state. I don't have a lot to say. I'm strongly in favor of many of the comments that have come before me, particularly those expressed by Sandeep Johal and Chris Bavakwa, who were speakers 9 and 10. I thought that they spoke very well. I'm not the most educated person on this subject in the room. As I have gone about pursuing and understanding, there are a few things that have really confused me. One thing that has really confused me is this general notion that anyone who's in favor of development and density should just automatically be in favor of this development. As if this is the only way that development and density can happen. I find that so baffling and so vacant in the realm of imagination. Another thing that's really baffled me is that I recently read this community plan that has been referred to. And I noticed that it was commissioned by the city of Vancouver. And I noticed that there were a lot of values and procedures in that community plan that I thought made a lot of sense. And I understand there was a gentleman that spoke a little while ago who said that community plan doesn't necessarily reflect even what the majority of the residents of Mount Pleasant wish for, and I think that may well be true. However, I read this plan and I thought there were a lot of things in it that really made a lot of sense, and I was really baffled by the idea that by the fact that this development just doesn't uphold any of those values. And I thought, why bother going through the whole process of writing this long plan and then have this really major development that doesn't follow any of its values? I just don't get it. I don't understand that at all. So here I am. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I'm a public servant, you know. I work as a public servant. I understand you guys are all working from a lot of competing priorities. And I know you must all work very, very hard. And it's a late night tonight. But the other thing that I've really noticed is that people are really disheartened with the community consultation process. People feel as if this decision has already been made. And what is the point of us even raising our voices? Is it just lip service? Is it somehow patronizing? Well, we don't really know what we're talking about. We just have to let them say their piece. There's that sense, and I find it disappointing, because I know we can do better, because I know we can be more innovative, and I know that we can have an economically viable city that is more cohesive and integrative. I know we can. I know it in my heart, and I think that you guys know it too. And so I wonder, why aren't we doing it? That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. And that's our next speaker, Annabelle Vaughn, 37.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 12 years. I run a small design firm. I'm an activist and a voter who is passionate about citizens having a voice at the development table in their communities. I could have spent the last 2 years fighting this development, but the thought of going up against another developer was exhausting, because it is not the developers that are the enemy. The enemy is the flawed process that the city uses for rezoning large development sites. I believe we are at a historic moment in our city, and that you, our elected council, face a huge decision. It will, in my opinion, be a defining moment of your term. You can choose to do business as usual, or when large developments are rolled out into existing neighborhoods, or you can step out in front of the issue and provide the leadership and vision that you have promised us. Until recently, the majority of large rezonings have happened on brownfield sites where there was very little context to respond to. But as the city faces the challenge of creating more density, which I believe is necessary for the sustainable evolution of our city, these large projects will be happening more and more in neighborhoods, real places like Mount Pleasant that have context, history, and the people and small business owners who have invested their lives in making them vibrant communities. The current public process brings out the worst in everyone. Developers and architects design projects in isolation and then land spaceships into neighborhoods. The developers fight desperately to justify their designs, backed up by pro formas demonstrating how their decisions are the only way to make money on a site. The community is brought in after the design is complete and can only react to the spaceship. Inevitably, they have no alternative but to scream loudly to be heard since the project is almost finished and is in process at the city. This results in public meetings where opinions are voiced on all sides, and then the architects are asked to massage the projects to address community concerns, creating design by consensus, a mediocre exercise at best, giving us buildings that are collages of public opinion, but not great architecture. Council is caught in the middle, mediating the mess. I want to point out that Rise Alliance, at the direction of the city, engaged the Mount Pleasant Planning Group by coming to meetings. They presented a proposal that had been under design for a couple of years already, a design that had already been to the city and was supported in principle, a design that already had a pro forma that justified their choices. They were not interested in engaging the community in a dialogue about what to do at this site. They were interested in selling their largely finished idea to the community. At a public meeting held in the spring of 2011, when asked about the unprecedented FSR of 6.44 for the proposal, Mark Austrie, a principal at Auction Austrie, said that he and the developer knew they were pushing the limits on the size of the project, but they decided to try for the most that they could get. The massive height and size of this project was not coming as a directive from the city or the community. It was simply at the whim of the developer and the architect. The project is unfolding just as we would expect under the current model. Needless to say, the spaceship has landed. Ken Greenberg, a brilliant city planner and architect, has been working with a different planning model, one that puts the city and the community at the front of the development process. Together, they produce a wish list for these complex sites that balances community aspirations with city goals. This template is given to the developers and the architects, who then do what they do best, take a complex problem with constraints and make it economically viable and architecturally innovative. There is give and take in the dialogue that unfolds, but it is about how to achieve the best possible outcome for everyone at the table. It is producing some of the best architecture in this country. A year and a half ago, I stood in front of council recommending the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. It's a solid document that takes on challenges of densification and the escalating pressure that our city faces in providing affordable housing and space for the production of art. Mount Pleasant has the will and the determination to make the best possible use of this site. The project in front of you fails to meet our community objectives. The project represents business as usual. I believe that the density of the proposal in front of you is about right. Larger sites in our city should be able to absorb about FSR 5. It is the form of the development that is the problem. What I would ask Council tonight is that you take a stand for our city and our neighbourhoods. Send this project back to design development with stringent recommendations so that the concerns of the community can be addressed. Drop the height to reflect Mount Pleasant, 8 to 12 stories. Get rid of the big box retail and the need for semi-trailer parking. Access for trucks cuts across the highly used bike lanes on 10th and kills Watson Street. Reduce the parking in the building to half of the city requirement. This is a no-brainer. The project is on a major transit corridor in a city aspiring to be the greenest city in the world. Reincorporate affordable housing into the project and find viable partners for the art space so that purpose-built, finished space, not shells, can be delivered to the community, or put policy in place ahead of the project to spend the $4.5 million in the Mount Pleasant community, and do it in a building form that is innovative, architecturally compelling, and responds to the context of Mount Pleasant. We can aspire to more. We can create a city where we are addressing concerns head-on and engaging everyone to work towards the best possible solution. But we can't do it if you won't fight for our right to be part of a transparent public process.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much for coming and for that. Let's say your presentation was very captivating and really well thought out. And I have to say, I think it's really refreshing to have someone come up and not blame the developer and throw insults that way, and also our staff, and yet make such an excellent presentation. As I was listening, I thought, I wonder if you have specific examples elsewhere in the country, and you did mention one. I'm wondering, are there other cities that have a vision that you're proposing that you know of for us to look at? Or is this
There are
a
a
tough...
million different places that you could look to for other models. The problem that we have in this city is that we seem to be beholden by the point tower podium, as if it is the only form of development that we can put into a neighborhood. Go to Europe, go to Toronto, go to Portland, go to Mount Pleasant. Somebody just pointed out that there are 6,000 units of housing coming into the neighborhood. This project represents 6% of that. It's only providing 350 housing. You know what? The other thing about Mount Pleasant is it's not RS1. It's RT and RM zoning. What that allows for is more dense neighborhood development. It spreads the density out through the entire neighborhood. We don't have to solve density and affordable housing on one site tonight.
I have to say,
there are a number of sites across Mount Pleasant that can take the density, and we take it time and time again. The social building.
Wait. I'm running out of... Hold it. I only have a couple of minutes. Thank you for your answer. I know why you're an activist. But I want to also say I'm really pleased to hear you supporting so strongly the Mount Pleasant planning. There was an enormous amount of work that went into that, in spite of what other speakers have said, and it is very good, and other places in the city are using that as an example. So I know you...
It has no power if it is not put in front of the development process, and that is what we were asking for. This is a bellwether site. Put the community concerns out in front of the profit. There are a million ways to solve this site.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm impressed too, and I'm wondering if you can email to Mayor and Council your presentation, and if you have any references to the Ken Greenberg planning process that you mentioned.
I have lots of references.
Yeah, is it possible for you to do that and to provide us with a link to that?
You guys also have them because Ken comes and consults with the city regularly. In fact, he was just out here in October.
Okay, but my question is, there's a longer term objective here in what you're saying, I think, which is to revise, that we have a flawed process regarding decision making on development sites, and that we need to revise that over the longer term. But specific to this project, would you prefer that we say no to this specific development and then send it back in this same current process, just dealing with some of the very specifics that you talked about? And you did speak to, no big box store, quite a few specifics. So some specific instructions? Or would you prefer that we say no and send it back from a restart from scratch under a new process?
I think at the end of the day, that Rise Development has its heart in the right place. I think at the end of the day that Acton Austri is an architect that can solve this problem. I think at the end of the day that Mount Pleasant has an incredible group of committed citizens who have a lot of very reasonable expectations on this site. I think that what council has to do at this point is put this back. I mean, we're in a rezoning process. The design is not finished, as Mark Ostry mentioned last night. And what you guys have a responsibility to do is to send it back to design development with very stringent recommendations that things are met. For instance, if the art money, if the CACs come out, there has to be policy in place before the building is approved that ties it to Mount Pleasant and puts the process into place. It can't be an idea. It has to be something that's tangible and there. It's a trust builder for the community. There has to be a way to incorporate affordable housing into every project we do in this city, Greg. Yes. There has to be. They do it in Portland. They do it in Portland by simply saying 20% of every project has to deliver it. What happens? Developers figure out how to deliver it. That's what they're good at doing, figuring out how to make the economics of a project work. Then you have to look at the long-term planning of Mount Pleasant, and you have to understand that we cannot solve all of the issues on this site tonight. That this is just one piece of the puzzle, and that height is not the only way to do it. There are a million different ways. If you had guts, you would do one very simple thing. Take the parking out of this project and put the courtyard into the public domain. The Lee building is 7 FSR because it doesn't have parking, because it doesn't have to deal with public realm issues. There are ways that we can do it. These guys can do it. They have the know-how. It's that you, our elected officials, have to get out in front of it and demand it on behalf of the people who vote for you, not the people who fund you.
Okay, thank you for coming to speak. And next up is Sandra Todd, number 38. Sandra Todd. No Sandra Todd. Is Dr. Joel Parker here? 39. Yes, after Dr. Parker, Stuart Alcock, Mia Edbrook, Rita Wong.
Mayor Robertson and Council, thanks very much for hearing me tonight. It's my first time talking to a group like this. I notice this group over here doesn't say too much, so I'd like to hear your views too. I'm a resident in the Sophia for the last 3 years. I moved out of Kitsilano over to this area and moved into an apartment dwelling. And this building very much will block our view. I'll be very honest about it. But at the same time, I do realize that, it's a beautiful piece of property. Your planning is actually, in my opinion, not flawed. You actually have a community plan that you put together that limits the height to 12 feet or 12 stories, and I believe those are probably 10-foot ceilings. But the plan isn't there. You have a great plan as far as I can see. So my question is, why are we even entertaining a 26 less than 19-story building? And that back when the Mount Pleasant Community Plan was built, I believe that population density and increasing population in Vancouver was an issue back then as it is now. Nothing has changed in the last couple of years. So why are we even looking at this? So there's a couple ways to look at this. And number one is the architects can be very, very creative. I've been a little bit disappointed in what they've come up with so far, dropping it down to 19 stories. You guys can do better than that. There was a great hearing down at the expo site where the people voiced their opinions. And am I at 5:55 or was I not reset?
Sorry, I didn't reset that. Yeah, you're a minute in.
That went by fast. Okay, thank you. So there was a lot of people that turned up for that, a lot of people whose opinions were heard, and then to come back with another model at 19 stories with heightened ceilings, it just kind of goes, oh, for gosh sakes, And that's where you get this kind of failure in trust in the system. So the fact is, it's a beautiful piece of property, and I was talking to one of your council members over the break, and that perhaps what would be best would be for the city to swap the property out with some other property. Thank you. Look at just north on Broadway, all in the industrial area. You could put towers up there, and that would affect no one. But here's this beautiful little gem piece of property right in the middle of the city. What I see there, from traveling through many major cities throughout the U.S. and Canada, is a beautiful site for a park that would allow the bikes to go right past it. You could have water running. You could have festivals there of music in the summer and not have this big building there. Put it somewhere else where it's best suited. It's a beautiful little gem of a piece of property. And I think that if we put our heads together, I don't think a decision should be made on this right away. I think there's other opportunities need to be looked at, and out of that will come some great ideas. I also understand, I live in a low-rise building. I live in an 8-story building. It's a beautiful building. I love living there. It's great. We know far more people in that building than we ever knew in Kitsilano for 5 years. Okay, so it's a community. You talk to people walking your dogs. You see the street people living in the street and you say goodnight to them. You know, it's a fascinating, area to live. So I'd like to see, ultimately I'd like to see the property go somewhere else and put a building up where it'd be more suited. Terminal Avenue, north on Broadway between Quebec and down towards the areas west. But if we have to put a building there, let's respect the already plan there and keep it down to 12, 10 stories somewhere in there, and make a beautiful, creative building with water and a place where people can go and play music and have food in the summer and things like that. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for coming. Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. Stuart Alcock is next, number 40. Followed by Mia Edbrook, Rita Wong, Dina Gonzalez Mascaro, and then David Johnston, 45. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. And thank you for spending the time listening to all of us who've got something to say on this. I recognize that you're having to put in long hours like we are. I want to start off by endorsing everything that Annabelle Vaughan said. I've been a member of this community for 29 years almost, and I was a member of the community liaison group for the Mount Pleasant planning process, and the things that she said about getting out ahead of development are really, really important and became very clear to me as I engaged in that process. I wrote to you all by email on the 1st of January because I was going to be out of the country for January, and I had thought that you would be dealing with this matter while I was away. But at the time, I had not seen the staff report and recommendations. So I want to talk a little bit about the staff report and recommendations that are before you. But before I do that, I want to comment on the discussion last night about which computer representations of the proposed development are the most accurate. Those that I've seen appear to be from a helicopter at about 750 feet, which is a view that is not shared by this and most other local residents. My view is from street level. The proposed tower is just short of twice the height of number 1 Kingsway. Fancy drawings do not alter that fact. With regard to the staff report, and with all due respect to city staff, I had imagined that they would find themselves caught between the development proposal and the considerable opposition from people in Mount Pleasant, and that they would actually draft a report that assisted you, council, to find a way of mediating the tension. And clearly there is tension. In the final analysis, I think that both you and we, the taxpayers, are badly served by the staff report. Other speakers have referred to section 3.4 of the community plan, and in specifically to the Mount Pleasant community also sees opportunities for some high-rise as well as mid-rise development. I ask you to pay very close attention to the distortion of the community plan that occurs when quotes opportunities for high-rise development gets reworded as encourages high-rise development. The plan doesn't encourage it. It provides for opportunities. It then goes on in the same section to list a whole bunch of things that should be considered when considering a development proposal. The staff report, in my view, fails to test this application adequately against the more precise comments. I have to question why a proposal to develop 241 residential units does not include provision for increasing childcare spaces. A development that contemplates additional height must address all of the public benefits questions and present, in my view, sufficiently impressive features that will endear the plan to the local community. There's been a fair amount of discussion thus far about the community amenity contribution. I'm told that in January at a meeting, a public meeting, a staff member of the city commented that the actual plans for these funds would take 2 to 5 years. Now, it's my understanding that this council is not able to make decisions that commit future councils. And I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm mistaken. At present, we're being asked in the community to forego any demands for public amenities on this important site in favour of a vague and probably unenforceable commitment. The proponent originally included artist spaces in this design. The shift now to a CAC is being interpreted as locking the community into art spaces. I ask you to ensure a full consideration of the range of possible amenities, including, but not limited to, childcare, a senior centre, public green spaces, as well as cultural spaces. It appears to me that the staff recommendation is that the developer get everything requested and the community just simply be asked to invest its goodwill. It's not good enough. The other question that I think could have been addressed by staff.
Your time is
Yes,
over. You could wrap up. I actually have a question coming from Councillor Meggs here.
That it does not examine the question of what other options there are in terms of height and density. What would happen if it was only 4.0? What would happen if it was 5.0? We've heard already that this came in at over 6 and has gone down to 5.55, but no other options have been examined. I'm going to say, finally, that I'm not opposed to development on this site, and I'm not opposed to additional density and height on this site. I'm opposed to this application and strongly recommend that you reject it. I propose that Council invite the Rise Alliance to reapply with a project that is in keeping with the plan, commits to defined and firm benefits in the Mount Pleasant community, whether on or off-site, and has achieved a reasonable degree of community support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meggs.
Well, thanks, Mr. Alcock. You started by indicating what I know to be the case. You have a long experience with the planning process, and you endorsed Annabelle Vaughn's submissions. And as I understood her submission, it was okay with heavy density, density of this heaviness, if you like, provided the height was more in keeping with what she thinks is appropriate. And I have a follow-up counterpart before you start to answer. And you've said and read from the plan, which you were involved in, that there's no prohibition on high-rise buildings here. So what does high-rise mean? Is it 19 is too high, or only too high in this case?
In my view, personally, 19 is too high on this site.
Okay, so what would a developer coming to look at the plan conclude? I mean, what would be an acceptable height, given that it says the words high-rise? Now, some may say as a previous person did, that had nothing to do with what the community wanted and so on, but nonetheless, there it is.
My experience during the 4 years of being on the community liaison group was that my understanding of what was mid-rise and high-rise suddenly had to shift. I don't know why, but I had always understood high-rise to be anything over 12 stories. And all of a sudden, no, it appears that 12 stories is mid-rise. I don't know who defines these terms.
So you thought mid-rise would be more like 6 and high-rise would be 12?
6 to 8 would be mid-rise.
So in other words, number 1 Kingsway was kind of high-rise to your way of thinking.
Number 1 Kingsway is fairly high-rise to my way of thinking,
and
yes.
Quebec Manor, which I think you're resident in, is 6 or 7, so it'd be
4.
more mid-rise.
4.
Is it 4?
Yes.
But high ceilings, I bet.
90, not 10.
On the amenities thing, don't you think it's possible for a council at public hearing to say we would to lay down conditions for how an amenity should and could be dispersed? And future councils also always in a position to reverse that. That's quite the case. But we have countless policies that go from council to council unless reversed by a future council. I'm a little troubled by experienced people's assumption that we simply can't say anything at the public hearing stage to dictate where that money might go.
As a member of the community, I would like those commitments nailed down for the community during the life of this council.
And your recommendation, as I understand it, is that the money, whatever money is available at whatever density might be approved, would be allocated over all of the range of amenities, not just in culture and
I'm suggesting that all of the amenities should be on the table from the outset. There should be a process. There's been lots of talk about process.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Alcock, for that. We skipped over Sandra Todd, who was just out of the room, and now she's back a moment ago, 38. So Mia Edbrook is on deck.
Thank you very much for having me. Actually, I just got off work and I just got down here. I'm going to come from a different perspective than the other people. I don't live in the area, but I did spend 3 months in the Rise Alliance as a tenant in a little pop-up store called Velveteen Vintage. And I greatly appreciate what the Rise did for the group I'm with. The kids I work with are 12 to 16 years old. They pitched a business plan to the Rise in a competition to give back to the community by allowing several of us businesses to go into there and actually build our business. And because of that, we now have a permanent place coming up on Hastings and Nanaimo. I've got 9 kids employed, and I am forever grateful for them for doing that. And while I was there for 3 months, we were off and on. We were asked back in again. I mean, the kids are 12 to 16 years old. They were very, they're noisy sometimes and whatnot. And people were very tolerant of us, the people from the Rise. They helped us get advertising. They supported us in many different ways. And I watched and listened to hundreds of people walking in and out of that building, and I thought they did a very good job of information sharing. They had all their boards up. They've got their timeline up. They were very courteous to people. They've done a lot of work in the community to try and get their message out there. So I will say that I appreciate them, and I think they have done a good job that way. My second point is that I'm a low-income single parent, and for me, although I'm not a homeowner, I never will be in the city, but every time a condominium comes on market and the prices are fairly decent, I'm quite gleeful, because that means the first-time buyers get the hell out of the rentals, and all of us renters have a chance to have a place to rent, because it's very difficult in Vancouver right now trying to get a place to rent. And third point is, I think that the people in Vancouver are really cool people. Everybody works hard at getting things. They listen to each other. They're respectful. And I would use, say, the Woodwards building and Jim Green and his gang for what they did down there, how they persevered, how they built that building and have such good space in there that gives back to the community. I've been down there probably 50 times since it opened using community space, and I think that the Rise and the community around the Rise can work together and come up with a very good solution. I have full full faith in that. And I will bring forth a thread that came up several times in some seniors meetings that were actually backed by the City of Vancouver, and they were held at the Woodwards Building. And seniors from many, many cultures kept saying how they wish they could have a space in central Vancouver that every culture could borrow at a low price and share their culture with the people in the city. And that would be something that they would like to see in that building. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. And Mia Edbrook, 42 is next. Rita Wong is to follow. Welcome.
Okay. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here today to reject the proposal for the development at Broadway and Kingsway. I have lived on Main Street all my life. I went to school in this neighborhood. I worked as an instructor at the Mount Pleasant Community Center and feel fortunate to still be a resident of this neighborhood. Mayor and councilors, I have seen this neighborhood change. 3 years ago, a close friend of mine, also living in Mount Pleasant, was asked to pose for a photograph, be a model, if you will. While they did her makeup, they asked her what it was like to live and work in Mount Pleasant. At the end, she walked away with $200, which is pretty good for a student on minimum or living on minimum wage. Soon after, she was completely shocked to see her portrait blown up to epic proportions on the corner of Broadway and Kingsway. This developer is exploiting and not serving artists and community members by what they like to call telling the story of the community. What I find so disturbing is that she will never be able to live in the building that she unknowingly promoted. These are luxury units. Yes, unaffordability, a word that is too often associated with this city. I just don't understand how you can state that this proposed development is ideal for this community. Yes, the city could certainly stand to be more dense. If you're going to allow a building of this magnitude, at least do the neighborhood some justice. You need to require some form of affordable units. That means, when I say affordable, less than 1/3 of a person's income in this neighborhood. You and I know that Rise will profit immensely, so please pull out your calculators and crunch the numbers. I urge you to include at least 20% affordable housing units, at least, or ideally, social housing. I would like to see at least 20% affordable housing as I described, so that the ruling council can live up to their platform and make this project accessible to people living in this neighborhood. Anything less than 20% is unacceptable. And while you are at it, you can also increase the CAC to 2 to 3 times, because while the city, as discussed yesterday, may not be able to afford an in-studio art space, selling condos in Vancouver is an incredibly profitable business. And I would say that if you are going to come and gentrify my neighborhood, show us the money, because I don't think that $4.5 million is enough. Thanks. I'm speaking on behalf of my friends who are renters and small businesses and a concerned citizen.
Hey, you have a question from Councillor Deal.
Yeah, thank you very much. Affordable, it's a question that, just confounds everybody all the time. Do you mean subsidized?
No, I'm saying ideally social housing, not like the STIR program that is now expired.
From the city's point of view, we get income from property taxes and parking and fees. We can't provide anything that's not market without subsidization.
Can you explain to me? I know that I've been told that the social housing policy in the city is only for very big developments. Is that true? Are there some units set aside?
The 20% is designed for larger projects, and the goal is to have them bring it in. So
then my question is, how big
How big are bigger developments?
No, it's a good question. Well, it's a very good question. And my question to you was, do you mean by affordable subsidized?
No. When I said affordable, I defined it as less than 1/3 of a person's income in the neighborhood.
No, and I get that. I get it. I live on a middle income myself, and it's that is unfortunately largely not affordable in our city. And so I just wanted to make really clear that
absolutely
affordability and subsidized are terms that are not always made really clear in the city.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your input because it's a confounding issue for us all the time.
Then maybe this project shouldn't be sold as, maybe we should just be honest and say that they're luxury condos and say that this doesn't agree with the Mount Community Plan.
So would you have been okay with it being taller to I hate asking that.
Personally, I don't mind. I actually, you know what? If that's what it means, if RISE can make more money and increase the community amenity contribution and have some form of social housing, then maybe that would be okay. Actually, I'm sorry. I take that back. Not maybe. I think that would be okay.
Okay.
In my personal opinion, I know a lot of people don't like the tower.
Fair enough, and that's cool. But I just wanted to get clear on the issue of subsidized.
I rode the SkyTrain today. There are glass towers all over the city. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to speak, Ms. Edbrook. And Rita Wong is next. 43. Speaker number 43 is Rita Wong. Not here yet. 44, Dina Gonzalez Mascaro. And next up, David Johnston, Sean Antrim, Jerry McCarthy, Peter Marcus.
Hello. My name is Dina Gonzalez Mascaro, and I bring my translation machine with my partner, but she will read faster than me and in better English, but this letter I did it myself. I'm talking like resident of Mount Pleasant. I live all my life there, 11 years now, all my Canadian years, and I'm a gallery owner in the neighborhood. I'm an artist, and the gallery shows my work. And the gallery have a studio where I do my work. So will read it for me. Read it faster.
Okay, I'm going to read it really fast, everybody. Is that tall enough? My name is Dina Gonzalez Mascaro.
I said
okay,
that.
yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. If you can put together the three aspects of my schizophrenic life, the artist, the store owner, the condo owner, all of these three parts of me will scream at you no to this project. I'm a sculptor and a jeweler designer. Rubble, Sights, Where Are the Punks are the titles of some of my shows. All of them talk about the changes that are happening in the city since and before the Olympics. My pieces talk about preserving, changing, and destruction, and how this impacts in our daily life, and how when you destroy a building, you destroy a way to live, a way to see the world, a way in which a bunch of people chose to be together and interact together. To take an example, in my show, Where Are the Punks?, I talk about the destruction of 7 low-income rental houses on 11th and Scotia. These houses were rented by a group of punks. I must make the remark that they were Canadian, Vancouverite punks, not punks from England, Berlin, not Argentine punks. That means that they were extremely polite. They would make music concerts Sundays when the school across the street was closed. Things like that. Canadian punks, like I said. They tolerated us, we tolerated them. Where are the punks now? Where did these people go? Even if we can discuss whether punk is a cultural way to see life or maybe if it's a teenager thing, punks, thank God, exist. Now, in the place of these 7 Vancouver special houses full of punks, we have something like 12 or 13 townhouses where young middle-aged couples with kids are living, and not La Vida Loca precisely. Cool. I don't have anything against them. These are the new people on the block. I think, okay, this is what progress and urban vision is bringing to us. And I guess what I'm trying to reflect here is it's about these radical social, cultural changes that someone from outside and with other values, yes, maybe money, and a very distorted meaning of progress in mind is bringing to a little poor class neighborhood.
Everybody likes the artistic flavor of Mount Pleasant, but very soon only the new people can be living here because already half of our artists have moved to other cities. The artistic description is used for marketing purposes. Architects and developers, they're not engaged with the present, with the existing urban plan, or with what the people are saying to them. They're in the future and thinking on money. Poor people live in the present. If studio artists and small business buildings are burned or destroyed, we replace it. With what? A huge condo and retail space that only mega chains can afford. Really? All the crazy city is becoming a repetition of the same thing. Can you make something less the same for Mount Pleasant? This really can be the cultural heart of Vancouver, but only if we have an artist-run center or affordable artist studios or a satellite of the Vancouver Art Gallery. This type of progress that we are doing in Vancouver is changing the little things that we are. Stop. And like a gallery studio shop owner,
No, nothing.
and like a gallery studio shop owner, I will ask for a break. Small businesses, we are still paying for the big party on downtown. I'm talking about the 2010 Olympics. The impact on rent, it has more than doubled, and these mega construction projects only give us more pollution, increase our taxes, and again, more pollution. I'm also an owner in the Uno, a condo at 621 East 11th. And yes, this will have a huge impact on my view and my humor every day. It will impact enormously in my neighbor's view as well. The worst thing about this is we can't ignore it. The only way will be closing our only window. Here the council must deliberate. If people making something abstract, like culture, art, people who choose their little dreams and deliriums to the big bucks, I'm talking about artists, low-income renters, small businesses, if these people will be displaced for the abstract power of money and progress used by these big corporations and some council. Because that, if it's happening, a second metro town will be erected in our incorrect horizontal rendering and sketchy life. And this council will be remembered for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming to speak. Okay. So 45, David Johnston. Is David Johnston here? And Sean Antrim. Sean Antrim here. Here he comes. And then it'll be 47, Jerry McCarthy.
Sorry, I was incredibly low on toner, so I might miss some words here. I live 3 blocks away from the from the Broadway and Kingsway site, and I am opposed to this application. We know what will happen if this development is approved. The phenomenon of gentrification has destroyed the affordability of countless neighborhoods across North America, including several in Vancouver. I grew up in a low-income family in Kitsilano. 15 years ago, my mother moved 4 of us into a 2-bedroom apartment that she could afford on her single income. Growing up in that neighborhood, I saw a lot of redevelopment, much of it even low-rise, designed for a wealthier class of people. The neighborhood there is no longer affordable. It isn't possible to raise a family on a single income anymore. I can't afford to live there on my own either. This is despite the city's rate of change bylaws that limit strata conversions or the province's tenancy laws limiting rent increases. A massive amount of affordable housing has been lost as landlords apply for exceptions to rent increases or renovate their buildings. There is a law in the BC Tenancy Act that allows rent increase exceptions when market rents around a unit, even if it is an affordable unit being run by a nonprofit, are higher than the affordable rents. This law has recently been applied only a few blocks away from the Rise development on 6th and Main. Low-income seniors there were threatened with a 45% rent hike. Had they not gone to the media and shown the increase for the outrage and atrocity that it truly was, they would have been economically evicted from the city of Vancouver. This happens all over, including a few blocks east of the Rise site, where a 40-unit building of low-income seniors on disability, where in a 40-unit building of low-income seniors on disability, only 5 remain. The building, once owned by BC Housing, has been sold to a real estate developer who wants to redevelop the site. If we look at other cities, this isn't surprising. When luxury housing moves into a low or middle class neighborhood, that neighborhood's affordability is always lost. This happens every time without exception. Where have condominium prices ever decreased in Vancouver? Where has an increase in luxury housing supply ever created affordable housing? There's no evidence that increasing the supply of unaffordable condominiums will eventually increase the affordability of a neighborhood. Council is taking a huge risk with this development. That being said, we do need to be increasing the affordability of Vancouver, and I agree that this has to come in the form of additional supply. But supply is being constrained by developers to keep prices up. Even with this development, should be out of there. We will never increase supply when a developer can hold off units and slowly sell them to the highest bidder. The private market can and does simply hold onto a unit until it sells for what it wants. This has been happening all across the city, but the best example is probably the Olympic Village. What stops any developer from doing that? In the past, the city has achieved affordability by building public housing with other governments. There are no affordable housing units being built in Mount Pleasant right now, only unaffordable housing units. The $1.75 million for affordable housing won't offset the negative effects on affordability the RISE project will have. There's no affordable housing coming online in Vancouver after 2013, as far as I know. The City of Vancouver has an opportunity here to build affordable housing, as it has done in almost every year in the past 60 years. And the city even owns the land across the street, as far as I know. Why not build something affordable to announce Vancouver's new affordability strategy? The city has proposed tax breaks to build affordable housing, but there is no past evidence that this will work. The STIR program was a failure, once again, as far as I know, not building a single unit and costing tens of millions of dollars. The only method, tried and true, of assuring affordable housing is built is for it to be built by the government. This is how many other world-class cities solve their affordability crisis, whether Hong Kong with almost 50% of its housing being public, or Vienna with 70%. The Lee Building is currently the landmark building in Mount Pleasant and has more density than the Rise Tower. Is the city saying that we can't achieve something like this? The supply of housing would increase higher than with the Rise site. There would be a significantly less negative effect on affordability, and I'm willing to bet that there would be less than half as many people on the speakers list for the rezoning. The only reason we're dealing with a 19-story tower is because it will have a $10 million view on top of it. Are the real solutions to the housing crisis going to be tax breaks and trickle-down economics? Eventually, will all of those condos be affordable to people like me or in the neighborhood who make even less? Has this ever happened before? I'm pretty sure many members of this council have fought such thinking in the past, and I encourage them to try to fight it now. I see little difference between saying we need super rich business owners to create jobs and saying we need super rich developers to create affordable housing. It just doesn't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have questions, Councillor Stevenson?
Hi. You've raised a number of really interesting points, so I'll just try one or two. You claim that this won't help at all as far as affordable housing, and I think every area in the city differs. You raised Kitsilano, but I live in the West End, and the West End used to be very, very rich people. I mean, you had barons living there, the Rogers family, all of the West End was single family, and it was just an enclave of very rich people until the 1960s, when the council made a decision, all right, we're going to allow height in the West End, and now you have, in my opinion, one of the most vibrant, exciting places where people like you and me can live near the beach and enjoy that area. And I would maintain that that would never have been possible. You or I could never have moved into the West End if it had been left the way it was. So is there not a possibility that developments such as we are looking at here might change the ethos and in fact it would bring affordable, whatever affordable is, into the area?
I think, as I said, I think that we need an increase in supply, but it's important to remember that we're not talking about building tall rental buildings like what happened in the 1960s. In 1966, strata legislation came in. We started building condominiums, which have a completely different way of working than rental housing does. So I would be really into building rental. And I know that probably 50 or 30% of this building will be rented out. It's just this luxury condominium development there's no evidence of it ever increasing affordability. That's why I said that it's a big risk, right? We're going out on a limb the housing theory says that it's likely that this won't happen. I think, as far as I understand it, I'm not very well trained. I'm open to new ideas, and I think that this project is more representational of other projects, but putting in units that are going to sell for probably $500,000 is not going to eventually affect.
Okay.
People don't buy condos if they think they're going to go down in price, right?
Well, the STIR program that you mentioned actually is successful in some areas. There's some problems, particularly in the West End, about this, but it is intended to increase rental. But the other point I wanted to talk to you about was the affordable housing via social housing that Councillor Deal brought out. Now, I'm not sure if you're talking about social housing here. Affordable housing is a really difficult thing to get a hold of, and that's why the STIR social housing, as you pointed out, hasn't been built because that's the area of the federal government. The federal government quite some time ago said we don't want any more social housing. We're not going to give the cities any more social housing. So as long as that stays the same, don't you think we're going to end up with the same dilemma?
But I don't think you should, that's admitting impotence on this situation. I think that half of the housing in Toronto, for example, is owned by the city. There's options to go around the province, and who's also resisting building social housing. There's options to go past the federal government, who also said they won't build social housing.
Well, we would love to sit down with you and get those options, and then we would imply them for sure.
I think that there's lots of options the city hasn't really asked the citizens of Vancouver whether or not they want to borrow money to build affordable housing. We've just said that we can't, but we can if we get this is
like we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars here.
I know, but the STIR program was tens of millions of dollars, and it didn't build any affordable units.
Yes, it did. Yes, it is. No, we're in the process.
Definition: if market rent in Vancouver is affordable, then yes, it did build some of those, but those are not affordable tied to any sense of income, any sense of average or median income, right? It was rental, but it wasn't affordable.
Well, we're certainly open to this. Obviously, it would be a huge price tag, but thank you very much.
Councillor Meggs.
I'll be very brief. Councillor Stevenson covered most of it. I think you said that the STIR program has not built a single unit and it costs tens of billions of dollars. So now you're qualifying to saying not affordable as you understand affordable.
So if I missed affordable, not a single unit, I was completely incorrect. So I know that.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say you were completely incorrect, because that was completely incorrect. And the STIR program has built about 1,000 units, and 60 of them which are visible from the SkyTrain between Nanaimo and the Commercial Drive station, and they're not particularly expensive rental units. They're not affordable in the sense of subsidized, but anyway, just a small correction. But thanks for your submission. Glad you're interested in working on rental.
And Councillor Affleck, questions?
No escape there. You mentioned kits, and you said that your mom brought you up there in a long time ago, 15 years ago, and you said it's no longer affordable. Is that what you said?
I've looked. I left Kitsilano not by choice. I moved over to Rupert Street and then had my house demolished there for a laneway house, and now I'm a couple blocks away from the Rise site, and I'm really worried about being evicted for the same reasons.
Right. Do you see a potential commonality between kits and as far as density? I look at kits and I go, one of the reasons it's become unaffordable is because they fought density 20 years ago, 30 years ago. They didn't want high rises. They fought that. They have a lot of low rises, mixture of rentals and strata corporations.
There's different kinds of density, right? There's affordable density and there's unaffordable density. Building unaffordable density in a low-income neighborhood, as I said, I can't find any examples of it anywhere else in the world creating affordability in a long-term sense, right? We're saying we're going to build a large supply of housing and then eventually the prices are going to go down. It's called filtering theory. Right, it's put forward by a lot of people that want to have these projects go through, but there's no evidence of it ever happening. Right, I agree that definitely that there was some NIMBYism in Kitsilano that stopped high rises, but Kitsilano is dense. Mount Pleasant is increasing in density as well, right? But it's not becoming more affordable.
Could the same argument be used, though, for affordable housing or social housing, that no matter how much you build, you'll never actually reach the goal that you want to reach because people will just keep coming and coming? So how do we, it's one of those challenges. You build houses, they keep coming, price never changes.
As far as I've seen, the affordability crisis in Vancouver has very strongly coincided with the stopping of building affordable housing, socialized units, right? Because those units compete with the market. right? So there's the option, right? People want to move out of the social housing. The rents are lower in the market units as well, right? And as I said, the supply of housing, as far as I can see it, is being constricted. If Bob Rennie can take those units off the Olympic Village and hold on to them for as long as he wants and sell them, or I talked to the CEO of Holborn, who said he was going to do the same thing with Little Mountain, right? He said that it's probably going to take him 8 or 10 years to sell all those units because he'll build them. If he puts them all on the market, they're going to flood it, right? With this attitude, we'll never achieve affordability because nobody wants to put enough units on there for the prices to drop. I think that in the past, very successfully, we've built affordable housing. I'm not saying even social housing or supportive housing, although I do think that's the most important, but nonprofit housing. Toronto has a very good housing corporation that builds units that are affordable. Some of them are just rent geared to income, right? It's not heavily subsidized. There's housing corporations across the world that give money back to the city, right? Because people are paying rents that are less than market, but it's still profitable for the city to do it. That's what I'm saying that we could do at this RISE site. But I'm talking about things that are more out of the context of this particular site. I'm just saying this is representation of a bad strategy as far as...
Sure. And just one more question regarding affordability, because I've heard it a few times. The magic number, I mean, I heard one person say 1/3 of their income. Would that be about like $1,000 a month for about 400 square feet? What would be does that sound about, when I'm thinking about 1/3 of the average income of that neighborhood, I'm trying to figure out what is the magic number for an affordable apartment. For when I was at university, when I was 22, it was about $500 a month, I could afford. And now I'm thinking, what is it now?
I'm pretty low income. I make about $2,000 a month, and I pay $700. So I'm like right at the cusp. I just moved out of a place that was more expensive, and I'm paying that with my girlfriend, so we're splitting it. So it's affordable for us. But you could have to do the numbers, right? The average income in Vancouver is $47,000 as far as I know, or probably higher than that. I can't remember. But there's different neighborhoods too, right? Mm-hmm. That's why you have these units be rent geared to income. A lot of the co-ops have that, and they work very, very well.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for speaking. Okay, we have Jerry McCarthy next. Number 47 on our speakers list. Jerry McCarthy, are you here? Okay, Peter Marcus. 48, Peter Marcus. Michael Bryden is 49. Is Michael Bryden here? Moving right along. Edward Milden. Number 50, here he comes, surging through the halls. 49, Michael Bryden. Okay, 50 is Edward Milden, then Louis Viega, Colin Desjardins, and Kim Harty are on deck. Welcome, Mr. Bryden.
Thank you. Forgive me if I make a few mistakes as I go through this speech. I've been rewriting as people have been talking about stuff and making sure I pick up on things that haven't been said and not repeat myself. Good evening, Mayor Robertson, Council. Appreciate all your patience. You guys have been very patient with a lot of people here and keeping your eyes open and trying to keep focused on the topic. I appreciate your time. I'm here to speak against the proposed zoning at Kingsway and Broadway, and to sincerely urge you to deny the RISE Alliance application. I'm a citizen of Mount Pleasant, and I live directly across Watson Street with my windows and balcony facing towards the site in question. I'm a non-car owner for more than 17 years. I walk, I take public transit, but mostly I commute on my bicycle wherever I need to go in the city. I'm a small business owner with my office located in the downtown east side. I sit on my strata council, and I'm an informed and involved citizen in Vancouver. I'm here today as a concerned citizen placed in what seems to be a fairly desperate situation. I'm utterly disappointed with the city and its planners that this application has even gotten this far in the process. There are so many reasons why you shouldn't support this development. This application completely disregards the spirit of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, and it will gravely affect the character, the skyline, as well as the quality of life for myself and my neighbors. If approved, this building will set a dangerous precedent for developments in the future while providing no immediate concrete physical benefits for those directly beside or in the community at whole, for the community at whole. So this next section I'm not going to say, someone talked about that already. The community plan recognizes the site as a distinct location in Mount Pleasant and calls for a landmark or iconic building. The current design has made no attempt to be iconic other than to be the most imposing tower in the neighborhood. As residents, we are proud of the heritage surrounding the site. The Lee Building, the old Bank of Montreal, our town hall, even the building I currently reside in, all have common aesthetic traits and coexist nicely thanks to the common average scale of about 4 to 7 stories. Beyond the obvious disregard of the community plan, which we've heard over and over through different speakers, the approval of this application will have a major effect on my personal quality of life, along with the other residents of my building. With the height of the tower being 215 feet, more than 4 times the height of my building, this will seriously reduce the amount of daylight we are exposed to. All our views to the east will be lost, and since Watson Street is quite a narrow street, our building will experience a great reduction in personal privacy and a major increase in vehicle traffic. Delivery trucks, garbage trucks, and over 320 cars going in and out of the parking area will bring noise pollution and safety issues to our otherwise quiet lane. Skipping ahead here. One other note I'd like to make is in regards to the corporate communications and the actions of the developer, Rise Alliance. Rise Alliance has been misleading in their visual representations regarding the scale and the impact of this development on our neighborhood. The artist renderings, which we've spoken about regularly, were purposely created to visually diminish the height and the impact of this building relative to the neighboring structures. For example, the 5-story Watson Street frontage, which is directly across from me, and it's 5 stories, which include 2 stories of commercial space, which is generally more than 10 or 12 feet, which is a regular residential. It's usually about 14 to 20. Appears to be, based on the rendering that was presented, lower than my 4-story building that is directly across the street from it. The other thing that my father, as an architect, pointed out when he looked at the plans, he said, normally when you're looking at buildings that are asking for greater density or height variance, they would present the other buildings that are neighbored in the site elevation plans, which allows you to correctly look at how the other buildings look next to it. So you'd be able to see my 4-story building next to the 5-story building across a narrow lane, which is Watson Street, which we didn't get to see in any of the plans. Although I'm in opposition to this particular application, and the fact that it is in my backyard and it comes across as I'm being a complete NIMBY, I'm not here because I reject density, nor do I reject progress. That's not the case. Someone else brought up the Woodwards building project. I think that's a great example of where you take a whole entire block and you don't disrupt the flow of traffic. You make it feel like it belongs to the community and it gets used by everyone in the neighborhood, and everyone is proud of that space. Well, I work across the street from it, and I see it through my window of the Dominion building. All I'm asking for is for the city to be reasonable. I'm looking for a reasonably sized building with thoughtful and truly creative design on this very, very important site. Please consider every aspect of this application and do the right thing, the right and reasonable thing. Please do not allow this project to proceed. And open the door for something better, something we could all be very proud of.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Reimer.
Question. So you live you're right on Watson.
Right on Watson.
Looking at your building. Is that the right one?
Yeah, I'm the place above the big tall garage.
Okay, so that was my second question. Is you said you had views to the east, so I'm
That's all we
assuming.
have are views to the east.
But that's you, because this building largely looks at a gray wall, from what I can tell. So you're on the top floor.
The gray wall is there. That's the somewhat of, I think of a heritage building, the Jensen building, which has some quite.
It's not an unattractive gray wall, but
the front side of the building is more attractive. But to the left is 2-story buildings that I can see across. Even before they got burnt down, I still had views of the mountains from there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming to speak. And we're at speaker number 50, who is Edward Milden. Edward Milden, not here. Louis Villegas. And he's followed by 52, Colin Desjardins, and then Kim Hardy, Steve Rio. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity.
My name is Louis Norman Villegas. I'm an urban design specialist. I'm advisor to the Institute for Environmental Learning at Simon Fraser University, designated by the United Nations as a regional center of expertise for educating on sustainability. I've been a property owner in Mount Pleasant since 1988. I attended the open house of the community center last year, had an extensive discussion with the lead planner, came away perfectly impressed with the fact that it would be business as usual. Mr. Mayor, there's a cancer spreading across our city. Unless it is stopped, CD1 zoning will ravage our neighborhoods, not just Mount Pleasant, but all our neighborhoods. The site-by-site rezoning approach points to the weakness in our planning practice and process at our City Hall. 1. Mayor and Council, please instruct staff to remove the Rise Tower and lower the podium. Start amending the newly minted community plan right now with this application. Retool the planning process with charrette-based planning, community plans that look like form-based codes. 2. Mayor and Council, please instruct staff to build Mount Pleasant as a human-scale, walkable neighborhood with livable streets. Some comments specific to the tower. The same building form that works downtown will destroy our neighborhoods. A scale that may be appropriate in a tower zone is being proposed in places where it will threaten the social fabric of our community. This is because a hermetically sealed and vertically extruded building like the Rice Tower puts as much distance as possible between the private condominium and the public street below. The density fallacy. We are told that we need to build high-rise in order to achieve high density. This is a fallacy. Measured on a site-by-site basis, the tower always provides more density. However, measured at the scale of the neighborhood as a whole, towers and 3.5-story urban houses achieve equivalent densities. Our analysis shows that there is enough space on single-family residential lots fronting arterials to double the entire citywide population, building just 3.5-story fee simple product. The real difference is that the urban houses deliver what the towers cannot. Urban houses build high-density neighborhoods with human scale. The conclusion is clear. We don't need to build a rise to achieve high density. The streets. Broadway, Main, and Kingsway each carry between 40,000 and 60,000 average daily trips, ADT. Studies have shown that the livability of a street falls after 16,000 ADT. At 20,000 ADT, streets fail to support social functioning. The planning process. The plan designates 3 hot points for redevelopment. Mount Pleasant residents support increases in density. We just don't support landing big chunks of it on just 3 sites. The plan locates the rest of the new density along the arterials without addressing the issue of the livability of the arterial. Mayor and Council, we need to retool the planning process. It should be changed to include charrette-based public consultation, embrace human-scale urbanism, and reject the modern planning paradigm for the neighborhoods. Podium towers and SkyTrain are out of keeping with the form and character of the neighborhoods platted with cottage lots and serviced by streetcar. Compatible ways to intensify Garden City neighborhoods 100 years old are available. They're just not available here. It is time to strike out in a new direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villegas. Thanks for coming to present to Council. 52, Colin Desjardins is next up. Colin Desjardins, not here. Kim Harty, 53. Kim Harty is not. Yeah, here she is. And 54, Steve Rio. 55, Adrian Drobny. Welcome.
Thank you. I am opposed to the application. I was born and raised in Vancouver, and I've been making mortgage payments since I was 16. That is, my landlord's mortgage payments. And the question of affordability isn't so vague or ambiguous for me. So, in absolute terms, affordability is rent geared to income. So it's on a person-by-person basis. Affordability is what you can afford to live with. So like you're not homeless. I think when we're considering a large development of over 200 units in a given neighborhood, we can at least set the prices based on the average income in that neighborhood, so you could say that it's affordable to the people who are living there. As far as I know... as far as I know, these units will not be affordable to people of the average income in Mount Pleasant. So they will be exclusive, and they will further and deepen the city's affordability crisis. The added supply will not help, because it's a supply of expensive condos, and a lack of expensive condos is not making anyone homeless. So another way of speaking about affordability is setting the price of housing based on cost, making the price commensurate with the cost of building it. And to do that, you have to cut out profit. And obviously, no private developer would be willing to do that. But we could at least cut down on the amount that they are willing to take from the community, because we have to recognize that the interests of affordability are in direct opposition to the interests of profit. And if the community has any say in what gets placed in and taken from the community, then some kind of allowance will have to be made for that balance of affordability and profit. And I don't see that happening here. I have to say that so many incredible, strong, well thought out, moving arguments have already been made in opposition to this application, at least in its current form. So I won't go on too much longer. I'd just also like to point out that we don't have to choose between adding density or height and affordability, because after a certain point, I'm not sure how many stories it is, maybe 10, I forget. At a certain point, the economy of scale really levels off when you're building residential housing, a residential building. So after a certain number of stories, the price per unit actually goes up for construction, because you require different structure, different materials to build higher. And the only reason anyone has an interest in building a 19-story building, which is without a doubt out of scale in this neighborhood, is because you can increase the profit that way. If this was a not-for-profit development, there would be no contradiction between having maximum density, affordability, and in-character, in-scale buildings in this project. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks. Do you have a question? from Councillor Stevenson has a question for you.
Hi, thanks for coming in. I love the hat.
Thanks, it fits my head.
Yeah, perfectly. You and I have a lot in common. I've been paying my landlord's mortgage for many years now because I've never been able to afford to get into the market and buy. So there are some upsides I found, though. I don't have to worry about putting on a new roof or anything, and they do. But nevertheless, you have an idea that interested me, and that's to take and average out the income of an area. Are you suggesting that we kind of make certain boundaries around areas in Vancouver and then find out what the average income is, only that, or the whole of Vancouver we average out to get to the average income?
Well, I think a neighborhood by neighborhood assessment would be fairer to the people that live there, recognizing that certain neighborhoods can afford a lot more than other neighborhoods on average.
Right, you may be interested to know that we councillors all get paid on the average income of a citizen in Vancouver, and that's it. We don't get paid more, but we get paid exactly on the average income.
Is that a mean or modal or median average? Median.
Now, okay, so let's take an area now, and we find the average income. Undoubtedly, there's going to be a lot of people living in that area that don't have that income. What do we do about those folks that don't meet that average income? And there will be lots in any given area.
Well, you build housing for them. So I'm aware of a $1 billion property endowment fund that I don't think anything's being done with in the city.
No, that's a nice rumor, and it's much larger than $1 million, but it's all tied up mostly in social housing already.
Okay. We don't have to do whatever the developers want in any neighborhood. We don't have to honor the value of profit because we're already paying like everything. All the profit that's being made off housing in Vancouver is being paid for by the people who already live here, and we should really, as citizens, have a say in what that money goes to. I don't think anyone would be averse in this city to paying into a place for the homeless people they see on the street rather than their landlord's second car, which is how it currently stands. And with any new development, we really have a clear choice about whether to honor profit or community. And I think this is what's at stake here, and this is why we see so much community opposition to this project, is because it's not honoring the principles of community or even of housing. See, I see recognizing people's right to a home or housing as a right and not a privilege as the logical extension of anyone's right to exist. And that's really being threatened with,
Same as water,
such exclusive, expensive developments. Yeah.
Same as water.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for coming. It was a very good presentation.
Thanks for coming to speak. Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes, and I want to leave a little time before 11 for councillors to ask questions of staff, and I thought it was more appropriate that we give people an opportunity to speak. And what we've done at past public hearings is council can pose questions of staff as a last step here, and can send questions of staff via email that we can get answers to at the beginning of the next public hearing on Thursday night. So we can just condense it into that process. If you have immediate questions, they can be conveyed before we recess here, or you can send them via email. So that gives us a little more time while we're in the hearing to hear from through speakers. So Steve Rio is next on our list. He's here. And I had called Adrienne Drobny's, and she's 55. If she's here, She will be our last speaker, and then we'll have some questions. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for hanging out late and listening to everybody. And I get really nervous when I speak in front of anybody, so there might be some awkward pauses in here. But I've lived on Main for 10 years now. I grew up in Vancouver, was born and raised here. Lived in lots of different spots. I'm a renter. I rent a block and a half up in the Stella building. I've been watching this for the last, year and a half happen, and I fully support density, and I fully support, I generally support this proposal. I think that, if we're looking at the future, we need to be thinking about higher density all throughout our neighborhood, and I welcome it, and I think about all the big cities that I've been to, and I think about Brooklyn, I think about lots of cool places in the world where there's high density, and it's great. And I think, it's a bit of an awkward stage to put a big tower amongst, I don't even call it a big tower, I can call it a 19-story around a bunch of 12-story and 10-story buildings, but I think it's what we need to do. So in general, I think that's good. I'd like to speak just on a few things. I think as far as the partner, I think RISE is one of the best partners we could have in this case. I think from what I hear from inside, from people working closely on the sustainability issues, that they're an excellent partner. They're really excited, they're open-minded, and they're fairly forward-thinking. So I think we're on great track there. I think that they're doing great with the small business, having all of the small commercial spaces on the ground floor. I think that's on point. I think that the only thing that I think, should be addressed is that if this is going to be a community hub, and this is going to be what it says in the Mount Pleasant plan, and I think it's a great spot for a hub, is that this community space that was in the building that RISE actually worked really hard to try and maintain, I think should be brought back. And I think that it should be kept on site, and I think that the community would really respond to that differently, rather than an amount of money that they don't know where it's going to go. They don't know what it means. They can't really process what that dollar value is worth. I don't know how that dollar value works out compared to that space, but I think that art space that they were talking about, or the community space that's been talked about, should be kept, and I think it could even be improved on. I think if there's going to be 30,000 square feet on that second floor, half of it could be community space, and I think you'd have the hub we're talking about. We could have theater space or anything like that, where public performance space. I think there can be some really cool things that happen there. And so I think that really should be addressed, and I think that should be brought up. But other than that, I think, as far as RISE being involved, I think that's awesome, and generally support the project being a long-term member of the community. So that's all.
Okay. Thank you for coming to speak. And next speaker, final speaker of this evening, Adrian Drobny.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I will be brief. I have been a resident in Mount Pleasant at 13th and Alberta for the past 22 years, where I live with my family. I'm a PhD scientist, and I work as a project manager at the BC Cancer Agency. This is the first time I've been moved to speak before council for any reason during the time that I have lived in the neighborhood. I understand that some development is desirable and needs to be done at the proposed site. However, I feel what is currently proposed is the wrong way to go about it. Density, as so many have pointed out before me, is not the same as height, and there is ample opportunity to increase density in the area without building a structure so out of keeping with the rest of what exists in Mount Pleasant. A structure of height similar to the Mount Pleasant Community Center would be much better. Given the value of real estate in Vancouver, I cannot believe that it would not be possible for the developers to make a healthy profit with a development of more modest height. Nor am I impressed by the claim that the removal of affordable housing from the development is necessary for its economic viability. I am concerned about the precedent that such a structure would set for future projects, such as the location of the current IGA at 13th and Main, which is 4 blocks away from where I live. I have always supported Vision Vancouver in past elections, but I would be very disappointed if Council approves the project as currently defined. If Council approves the RISE project as currently proposed, they will be favoring the interests of a few developers and a small number of elite in favor of the clearly expressed wishes and best interests of the vast majority of the members of the Mount Pleasant community, as shown in every survey conducted on the topic, the petitions submitted, and the turnout and voices of the large number of speakers last night and tonight at the public hearings. It's risible to say, I think, that this is a 100-year project. After all, who here could guarantee such a claim? And if this is to be the highest structure in Mount Pleasant for the next 100 years, then doesn't it deserve to be given a great deal more thought than has been currently presented by the developers, and much more detail to be presented from what we have seen so far? I'm happy to see so many young people appearing at these hearings, which I believe shows their concern for the future of Mount Pleasant and the desire to see the area grow in a healthy, sustainable, and affordable way. I urge you to reject the current proposal and to seek another that is consistent with the character of Mount Pleasant as it now exists and with its healthy future as a thriving residential and commercial neighborhood in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak and hanging in there, and to all who have come to speak. So I'm going to open the floor for councillors to pose any questions of staff that they can bring answers back to our Thursday 6 p.m. Meeting when we reconvene this public hearing. I'll start with Councillor Carr, and it can be again, if you don't have it ready on the tip of your tongue right now, you can email to staff, and we'll start the next public hearing with those responses. Councillor Carr.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We've heard a lot of information that points around the question of whether you achieve affordability in terms of housing with higher density, that the two are linked. Height and density equals more affordable housing. Do you have any data about that either runs pro or con on that issue? As I said, you can get back later. That's fine. Number two, there's questions too that have been raised around economic viability that developers need to build higher density because otherwise it's not economically viable. Again, what kind of data do we have on that? Third, there's been a question about we don't need to build high rises to achieve density. Where are there places in this city or in other cities where we're achieving density of equivalent values to high rises, but it's not high rises? And fourth, community amenity contributions. Some concerns and lack of trust about whether they'll come back to the community. What is the current process? Do they go into general revenue? Do we have specific agreements? Tracking? How do we ensure? What is the assurance we can provide in process that they'll come back? Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Reimer.
I have 7 questions that I have typed out and will email to you. Okay.
Okay, email on the way. Councillor Louie.
I'll send some email questions as well, but I think it would be important for staff, I think, to identify maybe the top 3 or 4 issues that you've heard tonight that need correction or more information to tell the story from your perspective, because there's been a lot of comments that staff haven't done their job and it doesn't match up with the community plan and such, and I think give you an opportunity to clarify your position on this recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Meggs.
Yeah, I haven't had time to type them, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be helpful, and perhaps I've missed it in the presentation, to just clarify how the current proposition for selection of community amenity benefits was done. So why we don't have daycare and why we have cultural stuff, that's one. I'm confused, I could probably determine it, but you can do it faster, I think. This statement that the ceiling heights have increased, so the height of the building remains the same, if you could just reconcile that sort of thing for me. Again, along the lines of Councillor Carr, but simply clarification of the type of language that might be included in a final council decision to provide transparency and accountability for the allocation of amenities, and point to a precedent for that if there is one. A bit curious about, it may be too difficult to do, so say so, but if we were to accept the suggestions, and that's not just to say the developer would agree to do anything with them, but of Ms. Vaughn, what, in general terms, what sort of height of building would you have if this current density was simply used, on a across the site basis, I guess, although others want permeability, but very much a back of the envelope calculation. And then I know you probably wouldn't recommend eliminating the parking, but I'd be curious to know what that would do to the sort of shape and building form too. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meggs. Councillor Ball.
Yes, just very quickly. I believe you said something about the developer had given up a certain percentage of the land lift, and I could not remember whether that actually was said or what that amount was. So if you don't mind. The other is, again, I know Councillor Deal mentioned this and several others people have, about the being able to confirm for the community the amenity ahead of time.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I guess I'd like you to, in a brief way, to address the issue around community input. There's these many folks who've come forward and said they don't think that the community has been consulted, and that goes to the city plan. One fellow said even that he never heard about the city plan process, and so just kind of touch on that. Obviously, there was so much that it's hard to go too far without. So that, in other words, we're not listening. And the city plan itself, people thinking that the city plan is not being adhered to. Councillor Louis got onto that, and that's, I think, important. And then this kind of odd one of why don't they just the developers just pack this whole thing up and go to the West End or some other place in the city. This locale is not good, but another locale is much better in another part of the city. So kind of address that.
Okay. So I'll go last here. No, I think all our councillors got that array of questions in about 5 minutes' time. It'll only take about 5 hours for you to answer all those questions, but good luck with that. My questions, first of all, just clarification again of what could be built, rough expectations anyway, what could be built on that site that wouldn't come back to council. What is the biggest, potentially most contentious thing that could happen without this coming before council in terms of density units and as the baseline that many of the other projects in the area have been working to that haven't come to council in terms of scale and density. So secondly, the traffic concerns around truck traffic on the bike route on 10th turning into Watson. I think there were a number of people that expressed concerns about problems that might result from that, and more clarity on how that will be prevented. And finally, on the, I think Councillor Meggs brought up the parking issue that Annabelle Vaughn had mentioned, but the courtyard, making the courtyard public, and at what point that disappeared from the conversation, what would be entailed in public access to our courtyard there. Okay, so that's, and you have some coming on email as well. So That's all for this evening. We will reconvene on this item on Thursday, March the 1st, 6 p.m. here in Council Chamber, 3rd floor City Hall. It'll be live on the web as well. I'll remind Council again that's very important you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence in regard to this application, as we are in the middle of the public hearing. And thank everyone for coming and staying into the wee hours here, and this meeting is recessed.